Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I get you with a new video. Today is Monday, December 11th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got Monday Night Football. It's a doubleheader. We got the Tennessee Titans versus the Miami Dolphins. We also got the Packers and the Giants. So we're going to be double dipping. I'm ready for the matchup. And I wanted to make sure that I did Miami so I can evaluate Tua, Tyreek, and Jalen Waddle, as well as that defense with Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard. Let's freaking go. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Monday. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. And if it comes down to the Packers or the Giants, I guess if everyone is healthy on the Packers, and then you get to see a healthy Saquon, that's one thing. But both of those teams are not going to be real contenders, and we actually have a contender playing today with the Miami Dolphins. So a big opportunity for them to get first place, at least temporarily. Their schedule gets really tough late. So we'll have to see if they can match up against the Dallas Cowboys, the Baltimore Ravens, as well as the Buffalo Bills. We will find out how for real the Miami Dolphins are. I don't think that they're going to lose all three of those games coming up. Most people have Miami winning tonight against the Titans, but still, even though this one might be a bigger blowout than the Packers beating the Giants, if that ends up what happens in that particular matchup, I want to be able to see those high-profile guys, because if you think about it, in the AFC, you got the Baltimore Ravens, you got the Miami Dolphins, you got the Kansas City Chiefs, and the sleeper team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then on the NFC side, you got the San Francisco 49ers, the Dallas Cowboys, and the Philadelphia Eagles. And that's pretty much it. I would love to be able to add a fourth team like the Detroit Lions, but they don't have a defense. So I can't really, put them there in the same category, because they're not in the same category. If you're going to be in the same category with the big boys, you can't lose to the Bears. You can't do it. So I'm sorry, Lions. I love your players. I got Laporta, Amon-Ra, and David Montgomery in fantasy, but I'm not going to be biased. I know my limitations, and I'm very excited about this Dolphins and Titans matchup. Maybe we'll get a little bit of Derrick Henry. Maybe we'll get a little bit of Tyreek and a little bit of a flair. Shout out to everyone on Twitter/X that's watching again. And we'll wait for a few people to come in, and I am ready to go. Let me get everything situated for the other stream also. All right, one sec here. Let's get situated. All right, this one is on ESPN. Megan with a big dono, $100 dono. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That means a lot. Thank you. Great news, family. No DV. Oh, that's good. That is good. I know you had the ultrasound, no DVT, 4 days of the blood thinners, which would have been hell for you. Oh, grade 2. Ooh. Well, how does the grades go? So, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5. Do they have it like in that, like in different stages with like illnesses? Um, Obviously, 2, doesn't sound good, but I imagine it could have been worse. But I'm happy with the no DVT, and you've been going through it. You've been having injury after injury. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. We haven't had so many people that have been able to represent the channel with this kind of love and appreciation. Thank you so much for being able to be this way and to be so generous and to be so loyal. And like I said, I try to be able to help people's mental health as much as I can. And, sometimes when you go through the depression, anxiety, OCD, or whatever, ADHD, there's many things that people go through, right? Anytime we can go through it together and make things a little bit better and get through the days a little bit easier, I have a safe place here that we can talk sports and life, and I appreciate you very much. Bang, 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 boom, 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 stacks on stacks, racks on racks, a little bit of stack to stack. Bang, bang, $100 dono, and I appreciate you so much, because we had a string where we weren't really getting a whole lot of love and support for about 3-4 streams. And then we ended up having back to back to back to back, including this one. So we already hit the first goal. with Megan with a amazing $100 dono. We have 100 to go to get to the next secondary goal, and there's not too many goats like Megan, and we really do appreciate you more than you know because as you have seen, some of the goats have come and gone. Some of the goats maybe will never come back, or maybe will come back later in the future. But for the time being, we need support. We need to be able to have people that are going to like, share, sub, donate, comment, and just do the whole 9 yards. And we appreciate you very, very much. One is a strain, grade two is a tear, grade three is so three is the worst. So you got the middle, like the Oreo cookie. You're like the filling right now. So hopefully that ends up improving. So what is the rehab with that? And I assume you have to be on crutches. And how long do you have to be on crutches for? But the DVT, that's really good news. So congratulations with that. I know that's a big like weight lifted off your shoulders anytime you have to wait for ultrasound or blood work or finding out if a bone is broken or if you have a muscle that's ripped or not. Definitely can get stressful, aggravating, and whatnot. But we appreciate you very much. Sarah in the building. What's good? Yeah, prayers up. And Megan with the fantastic separation with everyone else showing she's the GOAT. Thank you so much. Let me know what you want to do for photos, and I got you. I will be watching the Packers and Giants on another channel here. I got to get that set up, but I want to make sure I can get some love and appreciation. Shep in the building. What's good? Hey, are you able to stay here and watch the game the whole time, or are you only stepping in for work? Because I'd like to get you some more pictures too from yesterday if I can, but I guess you can let me know. But Megan, you let me know what you want. You want Kraken, you want Seahawks, you want Star Wars, whatever you want. Let me know, and I'll take care of you. Steph, you let me know what you're wanting. If you want some Georgia, you want some Falcons, you want some Braves, whatever you want, you let me know. I got you. You're gonna be here? Yes. See, that's like I said, there's going to be certain people that if I can get in the room to stay for the whole stream, I know you're busy. Cyberpunk is busy. Odin's son is busy. But with like certain people, that like we know Megan will be here as long as she can. Sarah's going to be in it for the long haul as the lead mod. But some of the goats, are busy. Some of the goats have a lot of responsibilities. Some of the goats go through the ups and the downs, and it's always a joy for me. Like, of course, if we end up getting a big number in donos, or if we end up getting a lot of people in the room. That's great and all. And I love being able to hit the goal. And that really is important right now, just based on how things have been in 2023. But when we can get some of the mods and important people to be here together, just to be able to hang out for 2 or 3 hours, regardless of how many people are in the room at a time, that makes me happy. So it's like I could have 400 people in the room, but if you're not here, Shep, for the stream, I'll be thinking like, oh, it'd be cool if Shep was here. And I always think about, certain people like the GOATs like that. So you guys let me know what you want for photos, and I'm ready for this matchup. Let's go. You're off tonight. Nice. Ooh, video interview, huh? Going out with friends? Okay, no worries. No crutches. Oh, crutches for the next month and stretches. Okay. I'll do a little bit of everything for you. How about that? And you just let me know when you're getting ready to go so I can squeeze more in if I need to. All right. I'm gonna give you all kinds. We're going everywhere. That's when when you feel like you know somebody, and you got to make sure you got files specifically for them. That's when you've hit the pinnacle, you've hit the top of the NWSF. I have files for specific people. There you go. Appreciate you. You take care of me, I take care of you. Nothing makes me happier being able to put up things that are original to that person because no one else is going to recommend this. And that's what makes it cool. Everyone has their favorites. And that's why I love different types of people, different race, different age, different continent sometimes. And it's cool to be able to see, other people's perspective on life and what they like, what they don't like, what they collect. And I love things like this. So I got you. Let me delete those. Prayers up for Gru. Hopefully he gets better. I hate injuries. I don't care what sport it is. Just like rips my heart out. But even if the Kraken lose and lose and lose and lose, I'd rather watch them than the Blazers or any NBA game. I mean, it's really come to that for me. I mean, it really has. Like my love for hockey and NASCAR has taken over the NBA love, like 150%. Like NASCAR's on, NHL is on. Give me that over NBA. I mean, unless the NBA matchup is like ridiculous, but even if it's ridiculous, I'd probably wait to the playoffs before I really like start caring. Unless the Blazers are on, I can get into them, but appreciate you. Thank you so much. Getting some nice photos for you while we're waiting. And as you can see on the thumb, your boy went a little bit bigger than normal. I ended up getting this Tyreek image that I had to play around with for a little bit, but then I got it perfectly done. And I said, God damn, his head is big in this one, right? So then I got to be able to kind of expand one of my other ones with like Derrick Henry. And I was kind of trying to find one with Henry's helmet off so they could be like looking at each other. But sometimes you can't get certain things to format. But I like the face mask and everything that's set up. And I'm always gonna switch it up for you guys. I'm always, sometimes they're gonna be bigger, sometimes it's gonna be like more head and chest, sometimes full body image. But I'm always gonna make sure I give you everything I got and make it original and unique, and everything is done by me. So it takes a little time, to get it done like this. But I feel that it's like a piece of artwork. I'm proud of every thumb that I do, and I think at some point it will be a side hustle where people will be paying me like I was paying someone else to do mine back in the day. So go, baby. Squeezing as many of these in right before we get into the game. I think that's a good connection to have, though, too, is like when you know everyone's favorite things that they like or don't like. So it makes it easier for me to be able to go down that rabbit hole. And it shows that you care. Not a lot of people, will take the time to listen to what people have to say. And when you can not only listen, but remember, that's what builds good friendships and obviously good bonds with each other. So appreciate you. Tell him, Snoop. Appreciate you. Anything else that you want to see, let me know. Let's go, baby. This makes me happy. That's awesome. Day off, and you decide to spend it with your boy. Appreciate that. Little things like that mean a lot to me. Goldie, get him signed. I bet. Well, you're a big part of both channels, right? I mean, if you could commit that much time and effort and energy and appreciation, and when you can, showing support with donos, it's going to mean a lot, because a lot of people have dreams and goals, but ultimately, if you don't have good people supporting you, you're never going to be able to get those goals achieved fully. So nice, nice. Yeah, Otani's going to hit me up with a millie. He's got a couple milli to spare, I think. Odin's son in the building, one of the goats, one of my really, really good friends, a brother from another mother. We'll definitely have to link up at some point. If I don't know if Odin's son is going to be able to stay here for the whole stream, but I hope so. And you can let me know Monday Night Football what's going on, but he's got a lot of responsibilities as well. Daniel in the building, what's good? Aaron Jones, yeah. But then you just made a pickup to get the backup, though. I saw that on the wire about 10 minutes ago. So at least you got the backup in there. Oh, this is something I can agree to. I'm just happy that I love it back when I was playing the video games on like Sega and Super Nintendo and 64 and PlayStation 2. Like I really have fallen back in love with NASCAR and the NHL, and I love it, man. Because I needed something to replace the NBA and college hoops until we end up getting into March Madness. You having breakfast again? Nice. Nice. Man in motion. Levis, hands off to Derrick Henry. Sit down. Your boy's got the Dolphins defense in fantasy. Let's go. Biscuits, bacon, eggs, sausage, gravy, cheddar, all baked together. Wings, man, you guys are mango madness with the wings and the man. You guys. You guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. $20 holla. Your boy was going through all the photos. Thank you so much, man. Telling you guys, this Dolphins defense is much better than people want to give them credit for. And like I said, if it's not the Ravens, don't be surprised if the Dolphins end up being in the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. I truly feel that. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it. And they obviously had a key component, go down with injuries too on the defense. So, and they're still being able to get it done. Trip with a $20 dono. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. We had 3 streams of 0, 1, and 5 for a total for 3 days. And we've actually hit the goal 4 days in a row because of you amazing people. Thank you so much. I'm actually able to pay my cell phone, pay the internet bill. So I'm not able to buy anything for myself. But again, being able to continue doing my dream, that means a lot. So thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Uh-oh. Xavier Howard is down. That's not good. He said, I got some Cash App for you, dummy. Check it. I got you. Yes. You got to put things into pairs and into triples. Like if you end up having a desk area, there's always a rule of 3. Like, with me, it's like I got a Julio ball, Julio autograph rookie card, Julio bobblehead. Like you always want to have the rule of 3. It just makes everything look cooler in your house or your desk or at work or wherever you're at. I know. I'm really happy for you. You've gone up through a lot of stuff mentally and physically. Yeah, and the thing is obviously when you get more and more upset is that when finally you feel like you've been getting screwed, you feel like the offense hasn't been good. The Bills are a team that's beatable. You're at home. You're vulnerable. This is the first time the Chiefs have looked vulnerable. It's the Patrick Mahomes era, and then you finally have an amazing play from Kelsey to Tony, and Tony's offside. And that's the simple reason that I kept telling you guys certain players need to be off the team because they're a liability. When you finally end up catching the ball and then running into the end zone, what happens? You get it called back. And not only are you a little offsides, your whole foot was covering the football. You have to have awareness. And there's some people in the NFL that are smart, and there's some people that aren't. And, there's certain guys that, they're just athletes. And I feel that's what Kadarius Toney is. And you guys got a lot of guys that need to be replaced by rookies in the draft or other free agents. Obviously, Bieniemy ain't coming back. But, if you can get rid of Nagy, get a replacement there, and just get better receivers that can catch the football. Kelsey, Pacheco, McKinnon, Rice, those are good. Everyone else I'd get rid of or try to replace if I could. That was tough. Like I said, and You're going to be able to get some big plays out of guys like Kadarius Toney, but also you're going to have plays that get called back and big drops. You have to find guys that are going to be able to be consistent. And a lot of the guys this year are just dropping way too many passes. It's affecting the mental health of Patrick Mahomes. And you've noticed that he's not the same player anymore. He doesn't have the swagger and the confidence. He's fucking losing it. He's throwing the helmet, arguing with teammates, arguing with other people, the referees. Things are getting out of control because he's never felt like this before. So I get it. Emotions are high. Tua, Hill, and Dylan. There you go. I appreciate you. You're a fucking goat, huh? Bang, bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Racks on racks. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Every dollar counts. I had to go fucking go to a couple stores today, and I got greenies and some cookies. That was over $20. I had to buy a razor. It's like sometimes you get these things like you don't even have to really, you don't account for it, and you're like, damn. I wasn't really expecting to spend this extra money. I was hoping to get maybe some like muffins or energy drinks or maybe some Snapples, and I'm like, oh, I got to spend fucking money on a razor. Shit, you know. But it is what it is. You got to do what you got to do. I don't mind Formula One or any type of racing, actually. Drew versus Jay. Keep me updated on what's happening on Monday Night Raw, both of you, Odin, Son, and Shep. He said, "Oh, so you said I'll take Falcons, and I want to have Ritter in it all the time." Okay, I got you. I got you. All Ritter, all day, every day. I got you. Every single photo from now on. Ritter, Ritter, Ritter. You know what though? Some of his throws actually looked pretty good. And Pitts and Ritter, Bajan, London, they all kind of were clicking. You guys should have won that game. I was actually hoping and rooting for you guys to win. Um, I actually want you guys to win the division. You are the Saints, and I want to get in third place. But sometimes Ritter is inconsistent. But one thing that he is good at is running the football. He's a good runner. He's fast, and he's got a good spiral. And honestly, I think he's better than Baker Mayfield. Like if Baker was on the Falcons, I think you guys would be crying a hell of a lot more. Sometimes Baker can be good, but there's good Baker, bad Baker, good Ritter, bad Ritter. But one thing I think we can say as a consensus and agreement, we both need better quarterbacks. You guys get Shedeur Sanders next year, and I get Michael Penix Jr. this year. That would be a dream come true. Tua? Oh, he got clocked. I mean, Tua's trying to knock out all his players. Come on, bro. Concussion dog. That's not good. First, Xavier Howard goes down. You got to be not, putting your receivers in a position to get fucking smacked like that. Jalen Waddle, you got three guys right there. Come on now. Come on, Tua. I mean, you already had the CTE and the concussion and all that shit before. I mean, this ain't good. I mean, if I want the Dolphins to be able to make the AFC Championship game and compete with the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Jags, you can't lose two of my favorite five guys on the Dolphins already. Xavier Howard, right? Injured, and then you got Ramsey, who's playing awesome, right? And then you got Tua, Waddle, and Tyreek and Mostert. Come on. I'm rooting for them to do well. That's tough, man. Tough, tough, tough. Okay. Love you, brother. Bo Nix. I mean, I'll take Caleb. I'll take Drake May. I'll take Quinn Ewers. Bo Nix, Michael Penix Jr. But if I had my choice, like number one would be Michael Penix Jr. I would love to have someone like that. I would obviously take Drake May, but I don't think he would slide to Tampa that far down in the draft. And knowing Tampa, we'll probably not even pick a quarterback in the entire draft, and I'll just be livid. Like what if they don't even pick a quarterback this year or next year, and I'm just stuck with Baker for like 5 years? I mean, I hope not, but we'll see. Juice, what's good? We got an Xavier Howard injury, and we got a Jalen Waddle injury early, unfortunately, but hopefully they're not too serious. All right, let me get some more photos here. Let me get some for Shep, and then we'll get some more for Megan, and then more for Shep, more for Megan, and then if anyone else donates, we'll get some more for them too. Boom. And the offensive line for the Falcons is good. They got a couple really good offensive linemen. I mean, can it be improved more? Yeah, but it's like maybe head coach or play caller and obviously defense. And if you improve those, pretty heavy, the Falcons could definitely get to 10 wins sooner than later. They're not that far behind like everyone thinks. And, getting Jesse Bates the third was the best pickup that the Falcons have had in probably 10 years, honestly. Like if you're really looking at players that have had an impact and have done like really, really well. And then not only that, it's a defensive guy. Normally you don't get defensive guys, and you got a really good one. I wish that he was on my team. Tua's got to be smart enough not to throw it right in the middle of the field. You're asking for your guys to get hurt. There's your guy. Tua. Achan. Oh, good tackle. Remember, the Titans aren't a good team, but they have a good defense. So, they have, Jeffrey Simmons, and they're not great. They're going to vary. Sometimes they'll be a top 5 defense, sometimes a top 10, sometimes top 15, sometimes top 20. But even when they are ranked low, sometimes they'll still get like 2 picks and like 2 to 5 sack lunches. So, you never really know what you're going to get out of the Titans. That's big facts. They don't have Byard anymore, but Simmons and company, there's a few names there. When they're not hurt, they'll be able to, see what they can do. I don't know. They haven't reported yet really on the injuries. Mostert, I like the Dolphins uniforms. Xavier Howard's body got kind of contorted weird and went down, maybe a hip or something. And then obviously Waddle just got smacked because Tua threw him into the middle of the field with like a crossing route. He got smashed by like 3 guys at the same time. One big one, and then 2 guys kind of like softly after, but still, it didn't look good. It didn't look like a targeting necessarily, but it was a hard enough hit where he couldn't get up right away. So it rang his bell. So not good. Shotgun set, 3rd down and 6. Tua pump fake. There's my guy, Tua. There's my guy, Tyreek. First down, Dolphins. Let's go. You will. You're going to get the Tyreek bomb. I mean, you're going to get it. He's either going to score or he'll get like a big 40-plus yard gain once or twice today. There's a good chance. And if you're lucky, then he'll actually get a touchdown with it, and that'll get you more points. So it'll be like the difference between getting like 18 points and 1 touchdown or closer to maybe 30 to 35 points if he gets 2. Uh-oh, another injury. God damn it, Dolphins. Golly. Oh, yeah. Biscuits, egg, bacon, sausage, gravy, and cheddar for Odin. That's awesome. And I appreciate you sending the Cash App too, because I don't get that all the time. Some people have access to it, some people don't, like Megan. But it's always good because, as you know, yeah, it'll help with the super chat stuff, and that's definitely going to help me, right? But sometimes you just need to be able to have something like right now, just in case, like I need to buy something for Paisley, and with the super chat stuff, you got to wait a month. And then they obviously take their percentage and such. So I really do appreciate Megan and Shep for getting us going. So need 5 receptions from Waddle, but if he doesn't come back in the game, then that's done. So we'll see. My favorite player on your team, Jesse Bates the third. Kyle Pitts. I don't think I've ever seen a team waste like draft picks more than you guys. You know what I mean? Like, you guys have these talented players, and Ritter can be replaced, but like London and Pitts and Bajan, and it just is like, what the hell are you guys doing? Like, but it shows you got to have the right GM, the right head coach, the right play caller. Otherwise, you're kind of wasting talent, especially Kyle Pitts. I feel so bad for the guy. The guy is uber talented, and you guys are acting like he's like a seventh round tight end when he got drafted in the first round. It's just wild, man. Crazy. Got one more fire one here for you, Shep. My guy right here. You know I love defense. If you play fucking linebacker, corner, or safety, I'm all over that shit. Love it. Love that shit. You play linebacker, corner, safety, DN, D tackle. Go, baby, go. Mostert. Rumbling and a bumbling. Pow, pow, pow. First down, Dolphins. Move the chains. Jesse Bates III doesn't get enough love. My boy, Antoine Winfield Jr., the guy's one of the best in the world already, and he has been since his rookie year. Guy gets no love. No Pro Bowl, no All-Pro, no love. It's just ridiculous. The guy is one of the best, not only at his position, but like in the entire secondary. Compared to any corner or any safety, he's up in the upper echelon, the elite. But eventually, people will recognize how good he is. I mean, people will notice that Tristan Wirfs is one of the best offensive linemen, but Antoine Winfield Jr., I mean, he's like Rondé Barber and John Lynch in one. Go, baby, go. I mean, he's all lining up on the line of scrimmage and blitzing like Rondé used to. I mean, I haven't had a dynamic player like that since him. Pretty sweet, bro. I don't know. That's a good question. Hopefully, we'll get some more people to kind of come in and hang out. And I did 5 reaction videos today, even though I got back from the store a little late. The tube only blocked one. Fumble by Tua. Get up. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. And a turnover. Wow. He coughed it up. That Titan defense. They might be 4-8, but you can't take them for granted. You better have decent O linemen, or that's going to happen. That's tough. Dolphins are young. They're young and up and coming, but that's tough. You got to be able to get that snap, Tua. I love lefties. I want Tua and Michael Penix Jr. I want them to be able to have success because I love the way that lefties throw the ball. I love the way that lefties throw the ball in baseball, football, the way they shoot in basketball, hockey. It's just cool. But you got to be able to make sure you're going to get that snap. And Tua, what are you doing? Yeah, Diop is playing. I would expect him to score tonight. Oh, false start. Go, baby. I want to see some Derrick Henry touchdowns, rumbling and a bumbling. I want D Hop to get in there. And I want to see some Waddle and Tua and Tyreek, but everyone's getting goddamn hurt. Henry? Yeah. The one that really hurts the most for the Dolphins is Jalen Phillips. That guy is a stud, and that would have been really big. Like, if you're going to beat the Ravens, you're going to need a guy like that. And again, if they keep getting all these guys going down like flies, they're not going to have a chance. Incomplete pass to D Hop. But like I said, I feel like the Dolphins, could do it. The Ravens could do it, even with Mark Andrews out. right? They could do it. Maybe the Jags get hot with Trevor. Maybe they can do it. Obviously, the Chiefs and the Bills are no longer the top dogs. Like these other guys have gotten, close or surpassed them. But we still got to be able to see what inexperienced team will play like an experienced team in the playoffs, especially if it's brand new to you. Won't be really brand new to the Ravens, but it's brand new for the Jags as well as this Miami Dolphin team. It's very new. I feel like it's kind of the AFC of 49ers, but it's not built yet by Mike McDaniel. That's what it reminds me of. Interception! Yeah, baby. Your boy has the Dolphins defense in fantasy. I'm going to lose, but every point I score is going to give me the most points scored for the league. And I'm going to get first place in the fantasy football league for seeding. Let's go. I lost. So it sucks. Poking money. He's probably going to lose more than likely. We will find out and wait and see. Um, let's go. Let's go. Extra point is up and it's good. Pick six, baby. And that's why I picked up the Dolphins defense, weeks and weeks and weeks ago, because I had a feeling and I looked at their schedule and I was like, ooh, they're going to play the Jets twice. Yes, please. And when you pick up a defense before they get hot, you look like a fucking genius. Last month, right, for the Miami Dolphins, when people were saying they're not that good, really? They're pretty good after getting, mollywopped, right? And we've seen them get mollywopped a few different times. But other than that, the 48 that they gave up to Buffalo, but in the last month, they put up 13, 23, 14, and 18. That's pretty good. And I got the Jets defense also, so I can flip flop between the both. And then with the Jets, and this is why it's so important to have good defenses if you want to win a championship in fantasy. The last 4 weeks, last 5 weeks, 10, 1 against Buffalo. That was bad. 12, 11, and 12. So that's another defense. Anything at 10 and above, that's what you look for in defense. And even though no Jalen Phillips, the Miami Dolphins are dangerous, just like the Baltimore Ravens defense is dangerous. You never know what you're going to get. And that's why I like those teams over the Bills and the Chiefs and a few others. I do like the Jags a lot also, but it only is going to be successful. Josh Allen on the defense for the Jags and Trevor Lawrence and ETN have to stay healthy for them and Saxonville to be able to make that miracle happen. But I really like the way that the Jags are built. From being like the bottom of the barrel, the gutter, and then worst team in the NFL for 2 years. Then you get rid of Urban Meyer, insert Dougie P. You bring in guys like Christian Kirk. Everyone gets better. And now Calvin Ridley and company, they are special. And I can't wait to see what team elevates. Well, it's the Jags, the Dolphins, or the Ravens. We might get one of those three in the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game, and that's exciting. Handoff or game. Well, a lot of those quarterbacks that are younger suck. Levis sucks. Kenny Pickett sucks. Ritter sucks. A lot of them they're just not good enough. Like I said, Malik, they picked him. It's like they just went quarterback, 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 quarterback. Like they don't even know what they're doing. Like, you need to be able to find someone solid. You got lucky with Ryan Tannehill because he went from a wide receiver to a quarterback, but you need like a veteran guy, like a stud, not like these rookies. It's like I think with the Titans, they would be better off getting a free agent because they don't know obviously how to draft a quarterback in the NFL draft. They suck at it. They're not good. They're horrible evaluators at that position. Shit, bring me in there. I can turn that bitch around. Yeah, but before I was even worrying about a quarterback, I would be beefing up that O line first, and also the wide receivers and the tight ends, which might be the worst in the whole entire NFL besides D Hop. Like of course, Levis sucks, and a lot of these guys that they have at quarterback suck because they don't got no one to throw to. They literally have nobody except for D Hop now. But they had Jonnu Smith a couple of years ago when he was good, but I mean, and then they had AJ Brown before that. But they've never really had a full complement of receivers and tight ends with Henry, with an offensive line, besides the Tannehill era years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago. But that seems like, decades ago, and at least in NFL terms. It's like, what have you done for me lately? Justin Fields. But Justin Fields can't throw though. He's a runner. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Are you heading out? Okay. I appreciate you so much. I guess if I don't see you when I'm still streaming, have a great rest of your day. I'm happy for you that things worked out, and thank you so much for your generosity to get us going. You're an MVP, and we really do appreciate everything that you do for the channel to also make up for some of the others that have disappeared. So, and this means a lot. I'm happy for you. I hope you get better. And thank you so much for your generosity. There's not very many people that would do something like that. You and Shepard, with the two people that have donated so far, you guys have that ability. And I'm so happy to have you guys a part of my team. And not only that, we actually have good friendship and relationships. It's not just about, being a fan. It's like you can be a fanatic, you can be a fan, but it ends up being friends. And then you end up having a good bond. So I appreciate you guys. Well, then you know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Hands up. I appreciate you guys. I just wish more people appreciated me when I appreciate them. It's like when people don't show up, I get it. People are busy. You know what I mean? But I mean, if I care as much about certain people and then I don't get that reciprocated, like I said, what can you do? You just have to make sure you appreciate what you have, not the stuff that you don't have. Not only people, but just in life in general. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's get some more photos up. As Megan is leaving, we'll exit with some Jim Zorn for her. Love old school photos. I mean, food is great too. I mean, anything from like the 70s and 80s, I just love it. I gotta go with Steve Largent if we're gonna go old school. Appreciate it, Megan. Awesome. Fire. That might be my favorite Seahawk photo. Steve Largent high stepping before high stepping was cool. Okay. Black and white too. Very cool. Makes it even better. I'm always looking for that rare, good money. All right, let me know what other photos that you want, Shep. Since Megan is gone, if she comes back, I'll get her some more. But if she's going to be gone until tomorrow, let me know what you're wanting. So that way, when we have a commercial, I can already start working. Toby in the building. What's good, man? Really love your team this year. I think you guys really have a chance. Trevor just needs to stay healthy, and I think you have just as good of a chance as the Dolphins or Ravens to get further than people think. The Chiefs and Bills now are no longer as good as they were. There's an opening. A few of them for the Dolphins, Ravens, and Jags to now burst through the scene. And who's going to be hot and healthy the most when we go into the playoffs? And that's the team that's going to end up going the furthest. What's good, Toby? I'll throw you up a photo. Let me know who you want me to throw up. Your favorite Jag player on the roster, offense or defense? Why Jags running man instead of zone? Ask your defensive coordinator. I'll call him for you if you want. Sometimes it's a personnel decision. Sometimes it's injury. Sometimes it's scheme. Some guys bounce back and forth. Some it's like with me. They did the Tampa 2 and the cover 2, and that's all they ran. When I had Monty Kiffin, so it kind of just depends on the scheme and whatnot. Really, what you need to be concerned with is Josh Allen and that defense is great, and now you just have to worry about the offense. And as long as Trevor can stay healthy, it'll end around Achan. He the man. He's like, get out of my way. Throws the offensive lineman to the ground. Achan. Achan is explosive. And if you notice, the Dolphins and Niners, they go back and forth with players. And that's why this Dolphin team will eventually be the San Francisco 49ers of the AFC. Former coach, former players, swapping back and forth. The Jeff Wilson. So there's a lot of Niner players that are on the Dolphins, a lot of Dolphins players on the Niners. And that'll be something that continues as a trend moving forward. Waddle, baby. He's out there. Christian Kirk back. Yeah, you need everyone healthy. A full complement. So that way you don't know if it's going to go to Ingram or Kirk or Ridley or ETN or Trevor. And, you want to have options with all the guys. One thing that is in common, everyone on the offense is an athlete. And that's why that team is special. Uh-oh, Tyreek is down. Uh-oh. Tyreek better not have tore his ACL right there. Holy shit. That ain't good. Tyreek goes there. I mean, there goes Super Bowl and AFC Championship game if Tyreek is out. It's not too bad. Like literally all the guys that you need to be able to do good in fantasy, all of them are dropping like flies, bro. There we go. Get that emotion out, baby. Everyone is counting on you, man. He's special. He's got that Jerry Rice in him. He's got that Megatron in him. He's got that T.O. and that Randy Moss in him. Like if you're talking to, Jay Jetta, if he stays healthy, he could be a guy that could be up there at the end, but obviously we have to see if it's Cousins or if he ends up having, shitty quarterbacks like Dobbs or if it's going to be someone better. But Tyreek is one of those guys that, he could win the NFL MVP one day as a wide receiver, and no other athlete could do that, not even Justin Jefferson or anyone else. He would be the only one that could do it. Unless Jetta ends up getting one of the top 5 quarterbacks for the rest of his career, then maybe he could. Like if he had Joe Burrow or something, or Josh Allen throwing to him, or Mahomes. Tyreek is very special. And score 1, 2, 3 touchdowns. And honestly, if someone said, "Oh, did you see that game where that receiver got 200 yards and 5 touchdowns?" You would think it would only be one guy. It would be Tyreek. That was the one that did it. Like there's a lot of guys that can get 3, like Devontae Adams or even tight ends like George Kittle. But as far as 4 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns in a game, sounds gaudy, sounds crazy. Like the whole offense is through one guy. But if someone was going to do it, who would be your first guess? It would be Tyreek. You feel like the Bills? Yeah, Trevor had a high ankle sprain, but he didn't even take any time off. He probably should have sat out, but he said, "Fuck it." Yeah, your boy made it, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to win it all. I have a lot of concerns at certain positions, especially quarterback. I'm going to have to go with Sam Howell. No more Joshua Dobbs. Patrick Mahomes stays on my bench unless I make the championship, and I might play him against the Chargers at the end of the year because that seems like the only team that he can play good against. And then because their defense sucks, and then go from there. Raheem Mostert. So we'll see. I see it's 0-0. I should probably turn it on. Yeah, you know what you did? That's what you did. Sports gods are like, we getting you back. You know, you did that dirty doggy dog. So we the sports gods like we didn't forget. No one deserves to have. I mean, dude. I drafted Jetta number 1. I never even got to use him besides the first month. Then I had David Montgomery, and then I missed him for a month. Then I had Mark Andrews. I drafted like in the fourth round. Now he's out for the year. Like, and I'm still, you know what I mean? Like for me to be in first place, I had to have made like over 100 moves. Otherwise, I never would have been able to get there. All right, I got the other game on now too. I got both. As long as my stream doesn't stall, I should be good. And you can typically tell with my face and my body, my sound, and then the ticker at the bottom starts acting all fucked up when it gets laggy. So far so good. I got everything going with all the TVs and all the computers and all the games going on. Second, I can call both games if need be. Second down and 8. Oh baby, no Christian Watson. Touchdown Packers. 2 games knotted up at 7. Jaden Reed, 16-yard rushing TD. He can run and he can catch. Hey, I got to win a championship. This is absurd for me to make 100 to 250 moves every year, finish in first place in the regular season every year. Sometimes go 13-1, right? Sometimes 12-2, 11-3, and then just shit the bed in the playoffs every single year. I'm done shitting. I want to end up, hoisting that imaginary trophy over my head or championship belt. Like I need that justification. Like it has to be more than just luck. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to dominate. I'm going to teach people how to play fantasy and be elite. I feel I'm one of the best in the world at what I do. Not only here on the channel but on fantasy. Like I take that shit so serious, right? And I have fun with it. But to like lose in best of 2 weeks when you have like the playoffs and it's like the first week and you're expecting 160 and you get like 84, you already know you're fucked. I mean, even if you get a 200 in the second week, chances are the guy that you're playing or girl is going to get like 120 and 118, and then you're screwed. You're going to score more total points. You fucked yourself. Like too many people got hurt or shit the bed, and I don't want that to happen. But now I have some. I mean, I can't even use Patrick Mahomes. I can't use Joshua Dobbs. Great. So now I'm like Sam Howell. He's top 5. But that's a big risk. He better not have like some shitty game where all of a sudden I'm like Sam Howell for 17 or more. But if he plays like shit, 17, I can win with that. I can't have 7. If I get 7, I'm fucked. So I don't know. Unless I can, figure out Jake Browning or one of these other guys. Could you imagine me playing like Zach Wilson and winning a championship, or like Bailey Zappi, just because they have like a couple 20-point games in a row, and I have to trust who's hot right now? Maybe they're not like a great player, they suck ass, but they're hot for like 2 weeks. Fuck, I might have to do something like that. You got to be ballsy, because Patrick Mahomes ain't going to win me shit. And I'm smart enough to realize that, and I didn't get a chance to use Sam Howell this week because he had a fucking bye. So, and then the shitty thing is Sam Howell's got 2 bad matchups out of the 4 weeks, so I can't really play him. I guess I can, but I guess maybe a shitty Howell performance is better than a shitty Mahomes performance. I got to look at it like that. So Jags and Ravens, and I think the Jags have a chance. Everyone loves to hop on the bandwagon, whoever's at the top. And sometimes people that are second or third place get overlooked, like the Cowboys, like the Jags, like the Dolphins. It's always like Ravens and Niners and Eagles. But sometimes you have to understand, being the underdog and slept on sometimes is sweet because then they don't see that fucking uppercut coming, and all of a sudden, like, oh, you're the little brother. Yeah, you're good, but you're not that good. And then all of a sudden, boom, uppercut. In the first quarter, you're up 14-0, and then you're able to hang on, and then you advance, and you're like, wow, this is what it's like. And sometimes you need to come out with that uppercut, and the Jags have that uppercut power. And that's what I'm looking for out of them in the next, like, 3 to 4 years. Don't be surprised if the Jags make an AFC championship game in the next 4 years. Hell, it could be this year. But it's up to Trevor and that high ankle sprain to be healthy. ETN has to be a boss. And if he is, then they're really hard to beat and complete. Well, starting Jake Browning was risky because, yeah, he had a 20-point game, but what are the chances that Jake Browning's going to have 2 20-point games? Like, it's almost impossible to get your quarterback over 20 in fantasy this year. Like, it used to be like it was hard to get to 30 because a lot of guys would get to 20, like 10 of them, right? But this year, all of them are hurt, and then all the good ones play like shit, like Mahomes and Allen and Burrow, like all the guys that we were picking assuming they were going to get 20 to 30 points every fucking week, they're getting like 7s and 11s. So you sometimes have to be risky and be like, fuck it, fuck you, Jake Browning, and then, hopefully it works out and hopefully he gets you 22, not 2.2, but you have to take a risk sometimes in fantasy. Your wide receiver core for what? Fantasy? Better than mine? I got the number one wide receiver unit in our league, like hands down, bro. Even with Jetta being hurt for the whole year. Amon-Ra St. Brown, solid, top 5. Keenan Allen, breakout year, top 2, solid. Mike Evans, better than people thought because that's all who Baker goes to. Didn't draft Godwin, got Evans, solid. And then Jetta, if I can ever get his ass out there. But you got Tyreek, right? Tua and Tyreek on your team. You did the double dip. You like to double dip and triple dip like me. Sometimes it's like, you had the Burrow and you had the Mixon and the Higgins, and I copied you. So then I went fucking Montgomery, Amon-Ra, Laporta, but I didn't draft Laporta. I just got lucky and I got him in the first week and took a risk and said, fuck it, I need insurance for Mark Andrews, and I did, and it worked out. But still, sometimes Laporta is going to pull up some bullshit as like a top 5 option. He gives me 5 points. Like, fuck my life. But there'll be times he gives me 30. So I can't bitch and moan. Henry. But then when the team does well and all those guys are raking, it's hard to beat you. When all of them are good. But when they do bad, you're not putting up even 100 points. So you just have to pray that everyone hits, like I did 2 weeks ago, where like Amon-Ra, Montgomery, and Laporta all scored like on Thanksgiving or like, very quickly, right? Oh, trick play. But then this week was an absolute debacle. Like this week, I scored the least amount of points all year. I didn't even hit 100 this week. Embarrassing. But there's nothing I could do. Hill, Debo, Puka. Nice. Evans, Keenan Allen, Amon-Ra. And Jetta. I'm going to be proud of this fantasy championship if I get it, because I don't even have an RB1 on my squad. I got RB2s, 2 of them, Rashad White and David Montgomery. And if that's good enough to win a championship, then everything changes moving forward. Running backs aren't as important as people think. Like, they're important, but they get hurt a lot. So maybe, we went running back to my flex like every fucking year, but my wide receivers were pretty good. But that second one could be better because I decided to go for that higher end running back. Josh Jacobs, Nick Chubb, Saquon Barkley. When he was healthy, I took a chance and it worked. But did I win the championship? No, I fucking didn't. So maybe it's better to go wide receiver heavy. And then, you try to get the best running backs you can. I had Ramondre Stevenson. You picked him up. But I'm going to be getting a lot of guys that'll be ranked 20 to 30, which will be like RB2s. But if the RB2s can get you 17 points each, that's good enough to win. So that's what you look for, and that's what I got. But you know, you have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to, capitalize on, two guys that are really not that popular. But if they get you 17 to 30 points and they're not really big names, and then you can, have the bigger names at the wide receiver, that's how you get to 150, 200. So the injuries are a motherfucker. 7-0 Packers, 7-0 Packers, 7-0 Dolphins. I think it's kind of funny though that when I told Chief, like as soon as he was 5-0, and I looked at that squad and I made that comment, he literally went like on a downward spiral. But he's still in the playoffs. I imagine that's who I'm going to play in the first round, and then Reflect and Foking will play each other. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out because even at number 4, Chief can beat me. He's got the number 1 quarterback, number 1 running back, and he's got Devontae Adams. So you got Allen, McCaffrey, and Devontae, and if they all hit, I could lose. So we'll see. And I think he's got Pacheco also. That's tough. It all depends on the matchups now. What kind of defense goes against our good players, and if they get hurt or if they don't. You just have to pray. Easy matchup. Don't get hurt. Give me green matchup and fucking rake. Give me 20 to 50 points each, every player. Even my defense, give me 20. Kicker, 20. I mean, that's what I want. I mean, I'm ruthless, man. I'm not looking for just 10 on defense. I want higher if I can get it. I mean, shit, a 10 is cool. That's what everyone goes for 10. How about go for 15 or 20? And then kicker, it's like 10 is the goal. That's a lot, right? 8 or 9, you're still satisfied. But there's nothing better when you see your kicker with a fucking 17 or like a 22. You're like, take that. Like, you fucking lost. You looked at my fucking kicker total and you lost. Like, that's a good feeling. Kicker and defense combined for like 40. You're like, take that. Like, you're going to win 90% of the time when that shit happens. Levis? Okay. Touchdown. Saquads. Football is a perception sport too. Like, everyone is already like Bryce Young is a bust. But again, like, anyone would bust. If you had CJ Stroud or Richardson there, they'd look shitty too. You don't got an O line. You only got Chuba Hubbard and Miles Sanders, which are more RB2s. No offensive line whatsoever. Not a good coach. Not a good play caller. Your best receiver's fucking Adam Thielen, even though he was doing good. Defense, nobody that's really consistent, even though there's names there. That's tough. So, we got to wait, to see if there can be like a makeover done like the Jags. The Jags were dog shit for 2 years, right? And now look at them. Now they look like a top 5 AFC team for the next 10 years. A lot can change in a couple years, but you have to have the right coach and the right people coming in to change the culture. I love seeing teams go from the bottom to the top, and nothing makes me happier. Like seeing the Lions actually be relevant. The Jets, the Jags, the Jets aren't there, but with Aaron, coughed it up. But Aaron, if he didn't get hurt, the Jets are in the playoffs. The Jets are probably winning 10 to 13 games. And hell, with Aaron Rodgers, they could probably make an AFC championship game. And also on top of like the Chiefs and the Bills not being as good. I mean, that Jet defense is insane. They're top 5. Put Aaron Rodgers, Garrett Wilson's the top 5 receiver with Aaron Rodgers, right? He's the one that got hurt the most this year, fantasy and in his like personal life. Garrett Wilson was supposed to have a breakout party with Aaron Rodgers. That was supposed to be the new Devontae Adams, and we haven't got it yet. And he still scores with Zach Wilson or any other shit quarterback they got in the Jets, but you're going to see something special next year. Oh, baby, get the sack lunch, sucker. How did he get out of there? Oh, and he runs over another player. Will Levis thinks he's a fucking running back. Reflect in the building. Say, Quan got you points, baby. Aubrey, 23 points. Is that good? Is that good, Reflect? 23 points. You literally scored second most points in your entire team, and you did awesome this week, and it came from the kicker. That's how you win a championship. Sometimes you don't realize it because it never really happens to you or it doesn't happen often. But once you can figure out how to dominate a kicker and defense and try to find something that maybe is like floating, and it's not drafted, that can be pretty special. Four more locks to tan. Did 5 reaction videos today. The only one the tube blocked was the Bills and the Chiefs because of the controversy. But it's still on Twitter, so you can watch it there. I'm not going to just delete them anymore, and so no one gets to see them because I get pissed that they don't go through. But at least I got 4 out of my 5, which I was happy about. Levis, scrambling, gambling. I'm the running back, biatch. Fumble. But I did Eagles, Cowboys. I thought that would get something, but it didn't. Bucks, Falcons, just for me, and then anyone in the NFC South that wants to be miserable together. Handoff to Henry, stopped him. And then I did Panthers, Saints for all the other NFC South fans because someone's got to represent for the NFC South when we're good, when we're bad, and when we're ugly, and when we're terrible like we are right now. And then I did Seahawks, Niners, and then I obviously did the Chiefs and Bills, but you can only watch it on the Twitter. But I did it. Busy day today. Doing reaction videos takes a lot of fucking energy. Sometimes I can do them in one take, but sometimes I'll start doing my intro and I want to kind of break down both teams. And sometimes you stutter or you fuck up, and whatnot. But, reaction videos take some time, 20, 30 minutes to do. Then you got to wait for them to load. Henry, touchdown, Titans. Look at me. I'm Derrick Henry. Reflect with the tour because he's cool. He's cool. You draft and you play just like me. It's the first time I think I've met anyone that I felt that our minds are similar. Like there's certain things, I think that like me and Sarah can pick up on players or we're fans of certain players and whatnot. But I feel as far as like the full fantasy process and the way that my brain thinks and the way that you think, I'm going to be a little bit more insurance policy type of guy where I have a backup for a quarterback or a kicker or a defense more than you would. You're normally going to have one quarterback only, one kicker, and one defense, and that's it. That's how you roll. And then everyone else is a running back or wide receiver. You go depth, 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 but at those positions. And that strategy can work, and you can win a championship that way. But I like to be able to have the tight end backup 2 or 3. I like variety. I like 2 or 3 defenses, sometimes 2 kickers, sometimes 2 or 3 quarterbacks, because I just need to make sure that I have insurance because I don't trust. Sometimes I don't trust people. I don't trust fantasy players. Okay? Do da ra ha ra. Bang, 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 bang. Do da ra ha ra. Let me know what you want to see for photos. After the stream was done last night, I actually got a chance to watch Gordon Ramsay with one of those competition shows, and it was the kids one, like Master Chef Junior Holiday Edition, and it was like 2 hours long. It was awesome. I know not everyone loves Gordon Ramsay or Guy Fieri or like cooking shows as much as me, but man, when those come on, nothing makes me happier. It's awesome to be able to see, and some people don't like the kids versions as much. I like them all. I think it's actually the kids versions are some of the best because it's the most impressive. Like, okay, these guys at like 5 to 12 years old are better than 90% of people in America. Like some of these guys and girls are going to be like master chefs and have their own spots or like food trucks or they're going to have connections to be able to actually like make their dreams come true. That is cool. I like seeing kids inspired, especially when they start off at 5, they're 12, they've been cooking for 7 or 8 years on like a chef pro level, and they go in there and cook better than adults. That is badass. Like if there is something that I wish that I could do, it would be that. I wish I could cook like those kids and like the chefs do. I wish that if I could add one trait to myself, I could be elite at that. That would be amazing. then I could do videos about that too, and it would be awesome. Watch sports, make food, talk life. Boom, shakalaka. Let's get some photos for my boy. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Appreciate you. We got to get plenty of representation on the channel. No one else does it on planet Earth. So if no one else does it and we're the biggest on the Pac-12, we better fucking do it. Like not doing it is doing a disservice to our fandom. Like, we're so hardcore. We're not going to shove it down your throat and be like Pac-12 all day, every day, except when they're on. And of course, we're going to represent. Let's go. Braxton Berrios. Oh, Rome, Rome, Rome. Everyone's hurt. Appreciate you. I can't wait for you guys to play. Like, I am so excited. It's crazy. 7-7. 7-7 in the other game as well. Coincidence? I think not. Appreciate you guys. I mean, 3 really low streams of 0 for the SEC championship game. We had like 1,500 people for like Georgia, Bama. 0, then a 1, and then a 5. And then I got really nervous and I thought I was going to get depressed. But, we've hit goal now for 4 straight streams and it feels really good because, I mean, hell, I can't go 7 days in a row without a 0 or a 1 or a 5. I mean, I got to be able to, like, survive, at least be able to, get the internet bill paid so that way I can continue the dream at the very least, have my phone not turn off, shit like that. So appreciate you guys. I got both games on. 7-7 Packers and Giants. Handoff. First down, Dolphins. I got this image of Tyreek and I said, God damn, your face is big. But it was like too good for me to pass on. So I was like, I had to make this one and like eliminate the background. It was a bitch, but it turned out good. I just wanted to get a Derrick Henry one with his helmet off. But sometimes you gotta do with like the amount of time that it takes to be able to like actually make a thumbnail is fucking ridiculous. I mean, I could be sloppy about it and make it quick, but I'm a perfectionist, so it's like I have to take that hour and a half typically to make sure every angle lines up, everything lines up perfectly. Yeah. It's gonna be exciting to see how everything plays out. Injuries are gonna take a toll on the Dolphins, and that might be their bugaboo. Trevor Lawrence and the high ankle sprain might be a bugaboo, and as long as the Ravens don't have any injuries, they might be the team that makes the Super Bowl, even with minus no Mark Andrews. But what a shame that would be if the Ravens made the Super Bowl and no Mark Andrews, like unless he can get healthy by then at that time. Bedios, AFC and NFC are going to be really fun down the stretch. And if the Cowboys actually end up winning a playoff game, I'll be excited for them. That's cool. It's like, it's about time. You got to find the right combination of coach, play caller, defense, Dak actually panning out. But, it's going to be all about execution. And that's really the bugaboo at the end. It's like they can't execute late and they have those big, costly turnovers and they play their worst ball in the playoffs. They don't play like they do, but it feels like it's different this year. Like they're going to be able to do it. Everyone else is here in the NFC and everyone's hurt. So it's like this is the prime time to take advantage, you know. And the team that was considered number 1 or number 2 you beat the brakes off of them by 20 at home. So, I mean, on the road is different, but Philly is normally going to win that scenario. But the Eagles, obviously, with that first place schedule and that defense, they're not as good. They're still a great team, but they're not Cowboy and 49er good, at least today. Maybe that'll change as we go further, but you're starting to kind of get a picture of like where things could go. Ravens, Niners, Super Bowl could happen. 12 noon, you know what time it is? Time for a snack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. I wouldn't mind seeing Dolphins, Niners. I would love that option if they could stay healthy. Jags, I would love to see the Jags there. I think that would be fun to watch. ETN is really fun. The receivers and tight ends are really athletic and fun with Christian Kirk and Ridley and Evan Ingram, and I like watching them. And so, the defense has got Josh Allen. They're fun. They can give you pick sixes and fumbles. So I like complete teams like that. So they may not be the most popular team. They may be a small market, but I know what it takes to be able to be a champion. They look in that film and, watching these games, since the 80s, and you want to find balance. And that's really going to be key. But it comes down to being who's hot and who's healthy in December. And you got to go typically 3-1 or 4-0 to get that extra momentum. And the Dolphins got this game, and if they win, but then they got the fucking Ravens, they got the Cowboys, and the Bills, and they could potentially lose all of those, or they could win all of them or some of them. So it'll be interesting to see. But a lot of the Dolphins players that they're kind of brittle. They're like really good and really fast and like an exotic car, like a Ferrari or a Lambo, right? But it's like they're gonna break down, and that's the problem. So it's like you get these big explosive plays like, oh my God, Tyreek Hill, 50 points in fantasy, but maybe the next week you might only get 12. So it's like, instead of getting a consistent 25 every week, sometimes you just got to understand you're going to get the 50, but there's going to be also, the 10s or the 12s compared to that guy that gets you 25 every time like Jay Jetta or Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're going to have low ones too with him, but some guys are a little bit more consistent based off the targets, but we'll see. I mean, the defense looks bad, and that makes me nervous. And then also the execution of Dak in the playoffs, that makes me nervous. So if there's one like front runner team, it's the Niners. Even if they have Brock Purdy, I mean, Brock Purdy's playing like a top 10 quarterback this year, sometimes like a top 5. Now, if you get pressure on him, yeah, he'll lose and they'll play like shit. Talanoa Hufanga is out. But if you're looking at with Christian McCaffrey, best running back, Purdy playing like a top 10 quarterback, Ayuk, Debo, and Kittle, as far as a unit, are playing as good as anybody else that's out there, right? Defense, good. Offensive line, good. Great. Defensive line, great. Trent Williams, arguably the best left tackle. Boom, Bosa, one of the best at his position, right? And you still got guys, Fred Warner, no Talanoa Hufanga, so that back end for secondary and corner and safety, they can get exposed. They're weak there. They're weak there. That's the weakest, like the Eagles. You pass the ball, you're probably going to get something. But other than that, if the front seven can get to the quarterback, that's how you hide the problem. You hide that the secondary sucks ass by having good people up front to give them less time to throw. And if you can do that, then you can hide. But if you suck at the front end or get stopped by a really good O-line, then you get fucking exposed like the Eagles with the linebackers, besides Hassan Reddick if he's on the D-line or at linebacker. He's good. Everyone else could be replaced. And secondary, you got Byard, you got names, but you got nobody consistent. You got Big Play Slay, but Big Play Slay needs to make plays every time, every game, not Big Play Slay every 4 games. That's not going to cut it, and that's what you're kind of getting now. So, but we'll see. We will see. I'm very excited to see new teams. Like, I feel we're going to get a new one in the AFC, and then, unless the Niners have injuries, that's going to be the only reason that they don't make it. And if they don't make it, then it's got to be the Eagles, Cowboys, or someone else. If something happens, but I don't think Brock Purdy's going to get hurt 2 years in a row. That team kind of feels like destiny to me. But again, the playoffs, anybody can beat anyone. You just have to have your team healthy. And it's not a best of 7 like in baseball, hockey, and in the NBA. It's one time. So, I mean, you can have an off 2 quarters and say goodnight. You're on the couch. Well, Uncle Mo drinking beer and eating chips off your chest, right? NFL is cruel. College football can be cruel. Send those. Send those. 40 to 49, 6 for 7. Fourth down and 6. Blocked. Both games at 7-7. Like everyone's like, oh, the Dolphins are going to win by 13 and a half. And I was like, sometimes when you look at the spread, it's like I feel they do it on purpose to the fans that bet, so that way they get money. You know what I mean? Like it's like the spread for this game should be like 3 to 6.5. But if it's 13 and a half, and then all of a sudden the game ends up being close, even if the Dolphins win by just a little, then all of a sudden, like Vegas and all the people, they won money because they made it so extravagant. Like, oh, the Titans are stupid. They suck. They're going to lose by 13 and a half, 2 touchdowns or more. They're going to win 42 to 10, right? And then all of a sudden the game ends up being like 21 to like 17. And then they're like, ha, 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 got you. Like that shit happens. You have to be able to like be smart enough to be like, why is it 13? What happens if the Titan defense plays good? You don't expect Levis to play good or D Hop. It's like, okay, they might get a little or Henry a little, but it's not like they're going to win the game. So, like, you just got to hope the defense plays well, like good, like Jeffrey Simmons, good. Byard back when he was on the team, when he was in his prime, like good, right? And then all of a sudden the game is 7-7, and we'll see how it ends. But also with the Giants and Packers, I think most people thought the Packers would blow out the Giants. But, I mean, if you're on the road and your defense has been playing good, there's no guarantee that it continues. You would assume it would. But the NFL is the hardest to predict because every team is so close to each other, right? Like even the shittiest team can beat the best team. You can't really do that as often in baseball, basketball, and hockey. Like in football, the teams are more equal. There is more parity, and that's why we love it because you don't really know. Basketball, at least I do, right? Baseball, I know, right? Hockey, I kind of know, but like football, I mean, you don't know shit. I mean, I can get a message and ESP can tell me to say something out loud, and then it can happen 30 seconds later, and then I look like Tony Romo, and I try to do that 2 or 3 times a game, or I just say it and then it happens. But a lot of it is just based off history repeating itself and me watching so much goddamn film over the years and watching since '85 that I've seen that. Maybe this happens, and then you say it, and then it does. But history tends to repeat itself a lot. It is meant to be broken, but you just have to pay attention. The more you watch, the more you pick up things. 0.5, baby. Sorry, bro. You beating me by 0.5. The fantasy gods are just, they're making it tough for you. Yeah, and it's going to be cool to see how Miami lines up with Baltimore. Like, assuming Baltimore wins, right? But what happens if they don't? And what happens if they lose ugly? Then what do we say? Like the opposite of what people think. Oh, Baltimore's blowing them out. But then what happens if Miami does? Or what happens if the Cowboys and Dolphins play? Oh, Cowboys are going to win by a lot, but then the Dolphins do. Like, or vice versa. Like, it'll be very interesting. And then if the Bills play the Dolphins late, and what if they get an upset win to get in the playoffs and they try to get to 9-7, 9-8, and they need that win with Josh Allen, and he's so good even though he throws picks. Like Josh Allen has been better than Patrick Mahomes. Like he's starting to turn the corner where it's not why the Bills are losing all the games. A lot of the games are losing because the defense is booty cheeks, and Allen sometimes throws 2 or 3 picks. But as of late, the last few weeks, Allen's played pretty good. Like you just have to pay attention. This haterade that continues to shower on a guy that plays like shit, and we call him out. If they get better, we also have to acknowledge that. Okay, yeah, you're still a interception machine, but I can also understand that you are the blood and the soul of that team, and you're still a top 5 quarterback. I don't give a shit what anyone says. I'm not the biggest Josh Allen guy myself, but I'm not going to be like, yeah, fuck that guy. Herbert's better. Lamar's better. All these guys are better. Yeah, he fucks up. He takes risks, but I do like him as a runner. I think he's smart. They got a lot of athletes around him, but he can extend plays, and sometimes he takes too many risks, and that's why certain quarterbacks are usually better than him, like Burrow, because you can trust him more, right? But if he can get that completion percentage up and less picks, he could be the best quarterback in the NFL. Like, I don't think anyone would deny that. Like, one day, Josh Allen on the Bills will be the best quarterback in the NFL. Who's going to argue? But, we haven't really been able to see that yet just because he just forces it too much to one guy or the hot guy. Sometimes you have to have more discipline. And, like, can't go to Stephon Diggs 18 times a game. Go to Gabe Davis 9 instead of, like, 4. And then maybe you play better. Or maybe go to Dalton Kincaid or Dawson Knox. Or maybe just throw a screen pass and don't be an idiot and throw a double coverage with Diggs, thinking that your arm is good enough. Like, sometimes as you get older, you have to realize the offensive line stinks. You might need to fire the coach, right? Running back needs to be top 10, not these fucking scrubs that they're bringing in, even though James Cook is probably the best one they've had in 10 years. That's sad. Singletary, Moss, all these guys, they're all RB2s. They're not good enough. And then the defense sucks. And they have players and names, but they never can stay healthy for a full season. The Bills are good for like the first month, and then they shit the bed the rest of the year. And their injuries, blah, 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 blah. It's just like boom, 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 boom. And it's like impact guy, best corner, best linebacker, best D tackle. And then you're like, they're the Buffalo Bills. They're still good. And then you look up and you gave up like 40. And you're like, oh, shit. I'm just thinking Buffalo Bills in my head because I'm thinking Josh Allen. And you assume the Bills D has been good in the past. Maybe they are. And then you look at their ranking and you're like, oh, God, and maybe they're not as good as I thought. So that's why you have to keep up on ratings, just because if you go based off like what the perception was going into the year, they might have been up there, but they might be dog shit now. Like, they might not, they might have the name. But that doesn't mean that they're still playing good, right? And then you get the lower guys that are playing great, like Sam Howell. Let's give him some love. Him and Eric Bieniemy. Eric Bieniemy literally saved Sam Howell's career. Sam Howell could be like Kenny Pickett and Sam and Will Levis and all these other guys, or Desmond Ritter. But Sam Howell actually looks like he can survive in Washington because Eric Bieniemy. So sometimes there's a correlation there. Acting like offensive coordinators and head coaches don't matter to players. It matters a lot. Like, it's the most important thing. I like Rama as well. Dave Chappelle in the building. Get your show back on, man. I'm going to go back and watch it. I'm going to go back and watch it from the beginning. Jordan Love, INT. But even though, Jordan Love looked bad and good and then bad, one thing is for sure, that's a franchise quarterback for them. Will it be Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers? No, but he can get you, 10, 11, 12 wins here and there, and then that'll give the Packer fans enough joy having a guy that they know that they probably don't have to replace. They can work on the offensive line and the other positions to get better. So I think that sometimes he sucks, but most of the time he's at least average or above average, even though I'm not a Packer guy. I think that he's good enough for that team. If Jordan Love was on another team, like the Browns, probably wouldn't cut it. But on that particular team, with the weapons they have with Dobbs and Watson, Aaron Jones and Dillon, offensive line could be better. Defense could be better. Jair Alexander's a stud, but, it is what it is. It's easy to be a hater. I got both games on. I love it. I kind of love it that both games are on right now. I love being able to do like 3 or 4 things at once. Like, if I had like major ADHD, I'd be like, oh God. But it's like, that's where my brain has been since I was like 5. Like watching games, playing video games, like looking on the back of cards, memorizing, person was born in Spokane, Washington, weighing 220, and had a fucking 340 batting average with 40 homers. And I'm like 6 years old, and you're not supposed to remember that type of stuff when you're little, And I did the outside basketball and sports and video games, for 10 hours at a time. But I'm really happy that I decided to do so much reading and looking at the back of cards. You don't realize how smart you get, and once you start paying attention to all that cool stuff on the back, even though the front of cards were cool, that's what drew you in because it was like a photo or like a graphic. right? And then the stuff on the back, that's the legacy right there. Crazy because my dad never like, no one was like, dude, you should like study this, you know. But I did have one inspiration as a kid. His name was Jake. He was a 49er fan, which kind of made me a 49er fan because I envied him. And he was the only one in the neighborhood and the only one in my school that had more sports cards than me. He had stuff that was worth more than me. And he had more Hot Wheels than me. He had more starting lineups than me. And his dad was so cool. He worked on like Novas and like Chevys and like old school like hot rods. It was like that hot rod dad and then like the garage, and I played hoops at their house and played video games, Sega Genesis, had a 95, and looked at their Hot Wheel collection. It was like, it inspired me. And like I said, and then like my dad was not a collector, and then I inspired my dad, which normally is the other way around. The dad inspires the son, not the son is so hardcore that he inspires the dad. But now my dad's got one of the biggest and coolest Dodger collections in the West Coast. Um, it's cool to be able to find those things. Second down and 2. We got a penalty. Both games knotted up at 7. It shows you also too, Shep, like the difference between making the playoffs and not making the playoffs is we actually had stronger competition this year. Chief took your spot, right? Reflect and Flo King entered the league and dominated all year, and a few of us, played maybe a little bit better than expected. Some of us played, a little bit worse because of injuries. Someone that could have been in the playoffs, like Sarah, also. So this is the most competitive. I have been in leagues, like for a long, long time. I've never had the playoffs already decided 2 weeks for the top 4 teams before the season ends. That's never happened where we have 4 teams with almost identical records. Like I've never seen that shit before. So, um, you'll be back in it next year. It's always good to have great competition. It raises everyone's game. So that way that no one's slacking. Like it's more than just me going crazy in the league. There's going to be others that are like, damn, I want to beat this guy. I want to be best. Like I want to beat everyone else too. Third down and 7. Shotgun set. Tua, good protection up front. There's a hold. Scrambles, gambles, bootleg, throws across his body. Almost gets picked off. What are you doing? You're not Steve Young. Come on, bro. These lefties have to realize, don't try to be Steve Young if you're not Steve Young. You try to be Boomer Esiason, you look like Scotty Mitchell. You're trying to be Steve Young and you're like Michael Vick injured. Like, come on, man. Like, throwing across your body ain't going to, you already know what's going to happen. You're going to either injure your wide receiver or it's going to get picked. I mean, hell, they teach you that shit in Pop Warner. These guys are such like amazing athletes, and they're like, I got Waddle and Tyreek. They can do whatever the fuck I throw to. Like, and honestly, it's kind of true. You can really throw it almost anywhere in that general region, and maybe these guys will make like, oh my god, play, right? You have that, but offensive line needs a hell of a lot of work. Once the Dolphins have a top 5 O line, that's when they're going to get to the Super Bowl or AFC Championship game. I like Michael Vick a lot, though. I'm just saying, injured Michael Vick in that circumstance. I mean, like I said, there's only 3 players, that I'm like, oh, I was like, oh. But the first one, obviously, Michael Vick. Michael Vick, Johnny Football. I mean, as far as college football is concerned, Reggie Bush. Like, I mean, when you're watching an elite athlete do like crazy things like Michael Vick did, everyone's like, oh my God, Virginia Tech, this is cool. Johnny Football, Mike Evans, oh, this is cool. But it was really more Mike Evans making Johnny, but Johnny was like so good running the ball. He had something to offer too, and it didn't always go to Mike Evans. Johnny Football was amazing at A&M. If you can go into Bama when Bama's at its high peak and win, like you're in God status. Like Drake was hanging out with you. You just like girls and partying too much, and it's a shame, but he didn't want that life. It's like the first guy that actually just wanted to party and hang out with girls. And it just so happened that he was just a badass athlete and he was determined. Not everyone is going to be like Tim Tebow and have the blood, sweat, tears, and make it, but want it, but just doesn't pan out. Not everyone's going to be a Hall of Fame guy either. Nice, D Hop. Yeah, and honestly, you can do your own research, but if you actually just pay attention to the people that are in the top four, what did they do? What did they do during the season? What players do they have? What ranking are they? How many moves are they making each week? And if you look at the top four, you'll get an idea on strategy the following year. It just depends if you recognize like patterns and tendencies. Like for me, I'll take more risk than anyone else in the league. I'll make the most moves strategically. I will make sure I go back and forth when I'm not sure. I'll make sure I change the lineup. If someone does good, I reward them like a child. If Mike Evans does good, maybe I'll start you over Justin Jefferson. Like if you get me 20 and 20, maybe I'll fucking roll with you. Or it doesn't even have to be Mike Evans. It could be Amon Ra or Keenan Allen. Like sometimes I'll have like two guys. I don't know what to do, but then I'm going to go with maybe the lower guy over the more like popular just based on how they've been playing. And sometimes you just got to throw a guy in there that people are like, what are you doing? And I like doing that too. So sometimes you got to take risks, but they have to be calculated. Otherwise, you will lose. And the playoffs are unfair and the matchups are brutal. A lot of them are divisional rivalry matchups. So if you have players that have good defenses in your league, in your division, and you match up, chances are that guy that did awesome for you all year will shit the bed in the playoffs. Like imagine having like Seattle players and then you got the Niners. You're like, fuck. Like DK can still get a touchdown, but he's probably not getting 40 points. Like, maybe he's getting 10 to 20, and that might be good enough. But sometimes in fantasy, you need that bang, that fucking uppercut, that fucking black eye. Look at that 40 I just put on you. And then you're like, shit. And then when you see someone put up 40 or they have a couple guys that hit 30, you already know that person's like, fuck. Like, it's one thing when you got five guys that hit 20, but when you get like three or four with 20, couple with 30 or 40, and then your defense and kicker get you 20 to 30 combined, people know what they fucking ran into. A tornado of fantasy greatness. And a lot of y'all have done that in the league this season at least once. So it's always cool when you can have that magical number where everyone hits. You may have won or not, but, it's special when it all comes together. Waddle did come back, Juice. He said, I'm in the lab. My goal every year, first place, right? Best record, most points scored, and least amount given up. There's a lot of times you can score first or second, third most points, but you give up like the second most. So you don't match up well when you play people. And even though you've scored, like you can't score 1,600 and then you give up 70. You're probably not in the playoffs. You gave up too much. You have to make sure you're up like 100, 200, 300. When you get at the end of the season and you look back, that means that you dominated most of the teams that you played. They may have even had better players than you, but you just found a way to get the right combination for the guys overachieved. Those are the tough ones. When you're projected to lose or you're like, you got all fucking red. And you're like, well, fucking A. This is what I got. Hopefully it's good enough. Both games about approaching halftime. 7-7, 18 seconds left. 7-7. Packers and Giants. Shotgun set, Will Levis, not good enough. Need a better quarterback. They suck. Offensive line sucks. Levis sucks. Running backs, Derrick Henry, he doesn't suck, but he's getting old. And then if you get rid of him, you're not going to get anyone even close. And then you're going to suck even more. So shitty O-line, shitty head coach. Actually, I don't want to say Vrabel's a shitty head coach. I think he needs a wake-up call. He needs because if you continue this path, you will get fired, even though I do think you're a pretty good coach. But coach probably needs to go. Offensive line needs a retool and a reboot. Quarterback needs replaced. You need a replacement for Derrick Henry. And you got the worst wide receivers and tight end tandem group in the NFL. This offense stinks. They say the Panthers are bad. The Titans are fucking bad. I don't even know how they got 4 fucking wins. Their defense. D-Hop, look at that. D-Hop single-handedly can win you 3-4 games with shit like that. He's incredible. Like the Kansas City Chiefs are like, we don't need D-Hop. You don't? Imagine if D-Hop was on the Chiefs. They go those fucking problems. They don't go all the way. But if it's like Rice is the second best, Kelsey, D-Hop has over 1,000 yards and like 10 touchdowns right now, like something crazy. Like, what's the perception of the Chiefs then? Oh, they can do it without the enemy and Tyreek. Wow. Right? Like acting like D-Hop can't play ball is ridiculous. Motherfucker is a wizard. He's like goddamn Harry Potter. Look at this shit. Look how old he is. He's being held the whole time. Look at this. He's like, get off my dreads, get off my hair. I'll jump, I'll fall to the ground. And he's so good on tracking the ball. He can fall down and still catch. Incredible. Larry Fitzgerald and DeAndre Hopkins are like the most snubbed wide receivers. The snubbery is real. No one ever wants to give those guys love and credit. It's just disgusting. Intercepted out of bounds. Xavier Howard. Is Levis completing passes? I mean, does it matter if it's the other team? I'll look at the stat sheet real quick here for you. Bob, Megan. Nine for 14, 127 yards and a pick. And I don't actually think like Levis is terrible. But again, you have a better offensive line. You have better receivers, better tight end, a better maybe even head coach or play caller. This could be something in a few years. Keep building the defense. You need more players like Jeffrey Simmons, a Kevin Byard replacement, and complete. But if the Titans want to be the best team in the AFC South, I mean, you got the Texans, you got the Jags. You're kind of far back in the Colts. You look like you're the fourth team, and you're not going to get any better. But the team has some of the backbone there. But if they, could get a facelift, the Titans could be the new Jags. But will that happen? Probably not. Nick Folk. So I need field goal points in fantasy, biatch. My name Nick Folk. I got Nick Folk in fantasy. I'm Nick Folk, and it's good. 10-7, Nick Folk. Yeah, but sometimes, you have to go through the motions, and if a guy does bad for a few weeks, there's someone else that's hot, you go with that guy. Sometimes it's just not name recognition where you hang on to guys. You have to make moves to stay with the trends. Some guys are September guys. Some guys are September and October guys. Some guys are November, December guys. And some guys are good all the way through. Like an Amon-Ra St. Brown, you just, you're good to go every game, even if fucking Goff sucks ass. I try to have some of these guys on my team for a little bit. Sometimes it's for a day, a week, but I move on from a lot of guys too. But yeah, I should have probably picked them up also. But it's like I got so many good options. But now with like Herbert injury, my Keenan Allen value now goes down the shitter. I have no quarterback I can trust now because Mahomes and Dobbs just Sam Howell. So I have to win a fantasy championship with Sam Howell, and that's risky. I don't know if that's going to be good enough. And then no Keenan Allen value. Jay Jetta, hospital dog. Now I'm only stuck down to Mike Evans. Got 1 point last game. Amon-Ra, Goff hasn't been playing good. Fuck. Why? Malik Willis and Will Levis. That tells me that they don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks like Bill Belichick doesn't know how to evaluate wide receivers. Some guys are great at certain things, but leave the pro shit to the pros that know what they're doing, to know what to look for, know what scheme and how it'll work. And if the guy's really an athlete, but he's an asshole, and you don't want to pick him because he's an asshole, but then you go for the guy that's good, but then he ends up sucking, that's your fault. If you go for the guy that is not as good, but he's a better person, sometimes that works out. But sometimes you can have a guy that's a little disgruntled, and with the right people around him, you can kind of shape them a little bit better. Because the Titans clearly can't draft. So what that tells me You have to bring in a free agent, a name like a Kirk Cousins, bring him in, and then you're going to get better results. But you're wasting picks on pieces that aren't going to be able to carry the team. I mean, hell, even if Patrick Mahomes was on the Titans, that's not going to take you to a Super Bowl. You got too many fucking holes. You have to realize it's O line, D line, defense, coaching, play calling, and it doesn't help that they have no wide receivers or tight ends besides D Hop. And imagine without D Hop, how bad that unit was. Like no one was succeeding. Ryan Tannehill, Malik, you could have formed all three of them into one super guy, and it still wouldn't be good enough. Like hell, you could have Josh Allen on the Titans, and you're probably not going to the playoffs. I mean, unless they can really show dramatic improvement. 10-7 Titans. All right, this one's almost going to halftime too here. All right, let me know what you guys want to do for photos. I got you. So let me know anything you guys want to see, like literally, like food or whatever. I mean, we got halftime. It's you guys are control the show, so it's really whatever you guys want. And I got the other game on, even though it's I probably should watch it on the. Hold on, hold on one sec. I gotta open up. I was watching it on like a streaming link, but I figured I should just watch it through uh, ESPN.com with both of them if I'm already doing that, right? That would probably make sense. See if it slows down my stream though. Like be 15 seconds behind and have everything be good, or maybe be laggy. We'll see. I'm gonna try it. I'd rather have it more live, but even when you do it this way, sometimes. Log in to ESPN 3. There we go. All right, give me some volume. 10-7 to 10-7. All right, so I got both of them going. I think everything looks still good. All right, I got them both on ESPN.com through the cable provider, linked through there, which is nice. But sometimes when you even do that, even if it's linked through the TV, you'll still get a delay sometimes, just like when you're doing it through a streaming site where it may be like 15 to 30-second delay. Like, I don't want no delays. I want this game. Huskies 34, Texas Longhorns 27. Oh, excuse. Oh, excuse. Okay. Now I went back to the original broadcast because they got Berman on there. Berman calling highlights is such a joy. Like if you used to watch him with Tom Jackson, I love those two. It's like Madden and Summerall. Sometimes we have like favorites on like what we like. And I mean, I guess it just depends if you like a young voice or an old voice or a certain tonality. But I love Chris Berman. Like when him and Tom Jackson would do football stuff, I was always like, I love this. Madden and Summerall were the best to me too. Like I know we got Jim Nance and we got Tony Romo, and they're the best right now. Even though I prefer on the college side, I'll go with Joel Klatt and Gus Johnson. They are the best broadcasting duo on planet Earth. They are awesome, and Gus is like my idol, and yeah, he's incredible. The passion, it's real. Everyone else, they exaggerate to make their voices sound like they care. With him, he just genuinely has that voice and he's got the passion and cares, and it shows through the microphone. Go, baby, go. Look at him. He could go all the way. 37-31, Baltimore. Ravens, can they go to the Super Bowl against the Niners? Woo, maybe. Joe Flacco, this was crazy. How the fuck is Joe Flacco gonna win a Super Bowl and like literally go for like 17 touchdowns and like no picks? That's like an exaggeration. It was like 11-0. But like to go through a whole playoff run and have like all touchdowns, like 11, 12, 13, no picks, and you literally win the Super Bowl and your defense is like one of the best ever, like really, really good. That's wild. Oh, Huskies. They showed Husky clips. Huskies, baby. Someone has to believe in them other than Husky fans for them to get the underdog victory. And what a better way for a Duck fan that's like super hardcore to Pac-12 unity and love. And Michael Penix Jr. is a stud. So let's do it, man. Yeah, if you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose in the Natty. You ain't losing that round. You're too good. I want to see him have the best possible outcome. You know, and obviously that would be a championship. So that way you don't have to say 1991 anymore with Miami. You can say 2023, and that'll be something that'll live on forever. So Michigan versus Washington in the Natty. Bum, 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 bum. Booger McFarland and Berman should be Berman and Tom Jackson. I don't care if he's older. He's better as long as he can talk, as long as he's not in heaven. Yeah, McMillan makes a big difference. Rome can take one-on-ones. McMillan can do one-on-ones. You have other guys like Culp, and these other guys that don't get mentioned. Johnson, defensive players came back healthy, and then, like I said, if you have a full complement, you can hang with any team. Now, can you beat Texas, or a Michigan or an Alabama? Most say would no because they're haters and they haven't watched. But your quarterback is better than all the other quarterbacks. Quinn Ewers is good, but I think that I would go Michael Penix Jr. personally, even though Ewers is on the same level. They're very even. If you said Quinn Ewers, fine. That's but they're both very, very good. They both have the ability to throw 3 to 5 touchdown passes. That's good, right? And then obviously Milrow, not very good. Justin Fields maybe throws for 1 or 2, maybe runs one in, throws lots of picks. I cannot trust you, right? And then JJ McCarthy, pretty good, but he's more of like a 2 touchdowns, 2 picks kind of guy. Like he'll do good, but we'll see. Elite defense. We'll see what happens. And he still has the ability to throw for 3 also over Milrow. But honestly, you win this one against Texas, you can play the best football out of all the quarterbacks. It's either yours or and then also you have to think what supporting cast do you have? Because obviously the quarterbacks on the Huskies and the Texas are much better than the other side. So Michigan, Washington, that's the new rivalry. They say it's Michigan, Ohio State, not anymore. Now it's Michigan, Washington every year. How cool would that be? And then the Oregon Washington rivalry would be bigger. And then I could have beef with Ohio State, and then I can just watch you guys. It's gonna be awesome. Hell, if the Ducks have to fucking play Liberty, they can at least do me a solid. Okay, they can at least do me a solid and let me see something cool. I mean, if it's not Ducks, at least let me see the favorite QB. Michael Vick, Johnny Football, Michael Penix Jr. That's a very rare 3. It's not like I'm throwing those names out there. A lefty, a righty, and a lefty. We're gonna be so good. Like, it's gonna be really scary. Like, we're gonna be up there with everyone. Like, Georgia, Bama, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon. Like, that's gonna be like a regular thing. That's exciting. And then we're gonna get like an NIL deal every year, recruiting quarterback every year. We're never gonna suck ass at quarterback ever again. Like, we won't have to like be like, oh, I hope we get Vernon Adams, or I hope we get this guy to transfer, but we have no like belief and we have to recruit high school guys. Like, we can still recruit the most highly touted 5-star, blue chippers, and then get some of those to come. But if you're going to get a guy that's bouncing around from college from 2 to 6 years, you get something special like Dylan Gabriel. Let's go, baby. Rivalries are going to be awesome. Turnovers, baby. Sports gods are like, God, he really likes lefties, doesn't he? He's kind of obsessed. All right, well, the Ducks will get one the next year. Haven't had a good one for 30 years. And then all of a sudden, we just all of a sudden magically get a lefty and he's good. What the hell? Sports gods, they do listen. Oh, I love you. Yeah. I also like Michael Penix Jr. because I think he's most composed. He's composed. Like, when do you see Michael Penix Jr. Look like off? Maybe when he's on the sideline hiding when like the field goal kicker has to win the Apple Cup for him. But other than that, the composure on the field is real. It's a very calm, smooth spiral like Steve Young. Michael Vick had a little flair to it, dancing around. Johnny Football was kind of a dancer. Michael Penix Jr. is more of just pocket. I'm good. Look at me. And the spiral game is on point. They already have guys linked to you where you're going to get a top 10 quarterback that's going to come to the Huskies next year. That's going to be a transfer. And there's like a couple that you guys are looking at, and you haven't got anybody yet, but I guarantee you're going to get one of the top 10 or 12 quarterbacks. Like, maybe it's like a guy from Texas Tech, or, it might be, West Virginia. Like, there's going to be someone that's all right, if I go here, and then depending on some of these guys, like even the Dylan Gabriel, some of these guys have been around. They're going to be 4, 5, 6 years in. They've been good for 4 years with two separate teams, and now they're going into like their last year of eligibility, or maybe a year or two, and they're already seasoned. They've already been playing for like a college length career already. So we'll definitely see what kind of action we're going to get, but I think that will be good. And the further you guys go, the more recruiting and flips you're going to get. Imagine if you win the Natty. You're just going to go from being like underneath Oregon to Oregon's level, like overnight, like recruiting wise. Everyone's going to want to go there. I want to be the next Michael Penix Jr. I want to dominate with Oregon against Ohio State and Michigan. We're going to dominate. We're going to be the face of, we're taking over. We're taking over the division. It's no longer Michigan, Ohio State. It's Oregon, Washington. Could you imagine how amazing that would be? Like, we're the top dogs in their division. That would be the wildest shit ever. You win the Natty, and we keep getting better. It can happen. I mean, hell, if you got to win the Natty for the Ducks to win the Natty, I'm all for it. Sometimes you have to have a leader to show you how it's done and to understand how you do it. So, hey, Huskies the first, Ducks will be the second. I'm all about that life. Sports gods know that, who I'm rooting for and what's going on. So they're not going to be able to make everything right all the time. But first down and 10, Tua. Sometimes when I watch Tua, I feel like he's sleeping. Like, it's just like he throws the ball, but he throws it like in the backyard to your brother. Like, when I see Michael Penix Jr., it's with purpose. I'm trying to score touchdowns. With Tua, it's like more like backyard ball. Like, I'm smooth with it, but it's like I'm a lazier Michael Vick. Like, I don't really see a lot of zip. He just goes deep. The wide receiver makes the play for him. I want to see someone that like slings it with purpose And we haven't had a guy like that in a while. Just a lot of throwers of the football. I need to see a gunslinger at lefty, like a Brett Favre gunslinger lefty, or someone that throws with purpose. Give me that. Yeah, I'll send you a text message once I those people hit me up and whatnot, and articles I read, and and like I said, the further you go, the surprise people will flip. There's people that are playing like, oh, I'm going to be on Georgia or I'm on Ohio State next year, and I'm starting as a freshman. Then all of a sudden, the Huskies win the Natty. Like people will be like, shit, maybe I should go here. You know, and then you see like the coach's record, and obviously they need to replace the players that they have. But if they end up carrying on the tradition and being the next wave, recruiting is everything, and you can change a whole landscape within 5 years. Yeah, you have good 5 years, you can be good for 20. But not many teams can have that unless you have like Nick Saban. Oh, we got an injury. Man down. 10-7 Packers and Giants with Aikman and Joe Buck, who to me is more of a baseball voice than football, but he's good at both. But I would prefer him on baseball. I mean, he's not like great, like with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, but there's a lot of people that watch NFL that don't even like them. So I guess it just depends on a preference, style of voice, and if you actually just listen to their voices, or do you actually listen to what they say, if they're smart or if they're stupid, right? And I guess it just depends if what level you're going to do. Yeah, I don't see him not failing in one bit besides his body breaking down, and I pray to God that it doesn't before he has like success. Like your body's gonna break down, fine. If that's inevitable, fine. But let me have like 10 awesome years before you like decide that his legs are no good anymore, and that way that maybe he has a chance to go to a Super Bowl or AFC NFC Championship game. Let me see something better than Tua and Michael Vick. We're due. I'm ready for the next Steve Young, the brother Steve Young in the 2023. Like, let me see it. Like, I want it. I'm all about that life. Better than Boomer Esiason, better than Ken O'Brien, better than Scotty Mitchell, better than any lefty. Okay. And Boomer was really good. Vic was pretty good. Who was, pretty good, but I want like elite. Braves, Dodgers. Yeah. Shit. Dodgers on anything. I'll be doing a lot of Dodgers. We just need to have the Braves, not collapse, bro, so you can win the championship. You got to find that right combination. It's like maybe not winning as many games as possible is the right thing to do. Maybe just coast. And if you coast, then you're not going to have that bye, and then you play all the way up into the World Series. Maybe that's the strategy. Like certain times when you pull the pitcher, don't. Like do the reverse, and maybe like instead of winning 100 to 115, win like 90 to 94, and then you end up being like a team that goes in that has to prove themselves, and then you're playing consistent, and then you win it all. I solved your problem right there. See what I did? Because the way that you guys are doing it, being the best regular season team and then falling apart, it's not working. It's not good for anybody's mental health. They're like be the best at something and then collapse right when the playoffs start. You're not the Dallas Cowboys. All right, we're not going to go there. Baseball is competitive, and you don't have to be the best team. You have to be the hottest and the healthiest, and sometimes that reflects in all sports. You know, hot and healthy beats out best every single time, especially in the end of the season. Otani and Acuna. Julio, brother. You acting like Julio don't exist. At some point, once he gets a good hitting coach or like Ichiro, then his shit will be better. Floater, incomplete. I mean, hell, if I'm Julio, I'm talking to fucking Griffey and Ichiro every day, and I'm trying to hit up Randy Johnson. I'm trying to listen to all the legends, Edgar. Like I'm trying to hook up all those guys to get into their brains. Pass interference defense. Sean Murphy Bunting, the former Buccaneer. I wish Sean Murphy Bunting was still on the Buccaneers. Ken Griffey Jr., Randy Johnson, Edgar Martinez, Ichiro, Julio. That's a pretty amazing five. Yeah, but the problem is reflect the vibe is so terrible at the top. It'll be impossible to win with that type of feeling like looming over everyone's head. Out to the outside, nice tackle. You have to be able to have a good owner, a good GM, good juju, good vibes. That trickles down to the head coach and to the players. And if it shit is all fucked up at the top and the fan base is disgruntled, we won't be able to give our utmost support. And they just don't care. Like they need to sell, or figure something out. Otherwise, it's never going to happen. We're just going to be fucking 54% for the rest of our lives. We're only 54% in life on the Seattle Mariners. We're never going to be 94% in. It's just 54. Just this is what it is. Accept it. Terrible. HM. HN is a man. But you know what? But when you're Mariners to the death. And if you're like me, you go to a Mariner game and you get baseballs. Oh my god, dude, it's game over. You kidding me? Like my favorite thing to do besides going to duck games is like trying to get a ball, but not like completely like RKO someone. Especially a kid. I'm very, very cautious. I am never Zach Hampel. If there's a kid, the kid gets the ball. As much as I want the ball, and I want it more than the kid. You believe me, I want it more than any kid on planet Earth. I don't give a shit who they are. Okay? But if the kid is there, I'm not knocking over no kid. But if it's an adult, right, and it's fair game, I'm not touching them. But if they drop it, that's on them. If I scoop it up and I got the spidey sense, and you body check me and I don't drop it, that's my knees bleed for 9 innings. That's my ball, bro. And no one can take that shit away. Kike Hernandez, Julio Rodriguez rookie ball, Aaron Judge in the 62 home run. Like, are you kidding me? I need an Otani ball before I die, and that's next. If I have to make it come into existence, I will get an Otani ball before I die. Like, Otani foul ball, and it's gonna have to be. I'm gonna have to earn it. I don't even have to catch it. I just have to be in the paying attention. 'Cause I'm not going to sit in the outfield. I'm only going to sit at first base and third base. So, 'cause I like seeing the angles of the pitchers when they're lefties and righties at certain levels on first base and third base, about 15 rows up. It's like perfect. It's eye level. You have a chance to get a souvenir. You're right on the aisle. It's awesome. I've been assaulted 2 times out of the 3 times that I've gotten the ball. The Kike Hernandez guy, he fucking body checked me after dropping it twice. Then the fucking Karen, the really cute blonde girl that was like in her 20s, that thought that Aaron Judge was solely throwing to her specifically. And when I got the ball after it went up in the air between Preston's mitt, her hands and my hands, and then when it was up 1, 2 feet in the air, I got it. I was like, that's mine, bro. I was like, easy. I got it. Right? And then she turned around and fucking screamed at me and slapped my leg and shit. I would have got arrested. You kidding me? If I slapped a fucking girl on the leg, regardless of what age, are you kidding me? That's a brawl in the stands. I guess some Karens, when they're cute, they can do whatever they want, right? And then the boyfriend husband was right there. He was wearing a Griffey Stone jersey, like sick. And then the kid was wearing Aaron Judge jersey. She was wearing Aaron Judge jersey. I was like, you had your moment, but hey, the gods didn't choose you. They chose me. And she couldn't handle it. She couldn't handle it. And if she would have handled it better, maybe I would have given it to the son. But it was Aaron Judge. That was 1 in a billion type of opportunity. Like literally. There was 3 chances in Seattle. One to the front row, one to like the right side, and then that one. So if I wasn't one of those like front row or a kid or in the right spot in that last, and normally they throw the ball into the crowd 9 times. So you have 9 chances to get that ball or any foul ball during the game. So sometimes you don't get very many chances where it gets close to you, depending on how many baseball games you go to. You know what I'm saying? Back fade, incomplete. But there is nothing like getting a ball at a game. Like the joy, bro, there is like no better feeling. I can't even put it into words, man. I mean, besides being front row at a Duck game and getting on TV and getting on the Duck Vision board and, you know, I could have RKO'd a few of those people, you know, and I got them, with my dad and Preston and Justin. So it was like fate. Like the gods wanted me to get the experience with a different person each time. Like how cool is that? Like not just like with one person, but to be able to experience it with a different person each time. Like pretty sweet. We're knotted up at 10, 14-10. Giants up on the Packers. This is Mango Madness bottle, but your boy is so poor. I am drinking water tonight, and yeah, water dog. What happens? It's like get the Snapples and the other stuff, and then like shit, and then that means I can't get Paisley like greenies, or like you know, yogurt, blueberry little cookies. Sometimes you got to sacrifice, and Paisley. If I got to choose, I mean, she's gonna get something. So water it is, but she's happy, right? So then that makes me happy. It's good mental health. She deserves everything. She gets treated like the top 1% of dogs on planet Earth. Top 1%. Unlimited kisses and hugs. 3 walks a day for an hour and a half to 2 hours. Water changes 5 throughout a day. Only 2 cups of food and just a little bit because I don't want her to get fat. Right. All the strawberries and blueberries that can be afforded, or watermelon. She literally eats better than me. Like the fruit that she gets, I mean, is unbelievable. And that's how she got from being fat into healthy. Got to transform that body. You got to have that faith and that determination to keep going. We got pitchers, but we need hitters. Hybrid is in the building. It's the Ravens flock in the building. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed. They're good. Good, brother. It's sad. I don't even have flavored packet. I don't even have a packet to do it. Um, you know, I guess I could have done that, but then I had to get a razor today that was unexpected. When you have to like make sure you have certain things taken care of, like there is no splurging and making that dumb decision. Like, oh, you know what? I got all these bills to pay, but guess what? I'm gonna get a Mitchell and Ness jersey. I'm gonna get an Edgar Martinez Mitchell and Ness. Fuck everybody, right? Fuck all those bills. And then all of a sudden you have this like $300-400 jersey and you're wearing it for a couple days and you're like, fuck yeah. Right. And then all of a sudden you got like 3 bills that are due. Oh shit, my phone's gonna get turned off. Then you're like, nah, I can't do that. So it'd be cool to be irresponsible, but you have to have money to do that. So Paisley won the human lottery. Like literally, I feel like I have taken so much pride in anyone that treats their cat or dog like that. Because if you do, God bless you, because that really means that you are a really good person that really loves. If you're gonna love a cat or a dog like a human or above and beyond, then obviously with kids and other family members, the love runs deep, and there's not a lot of us that are out there. You can be a pet owner, but not be in the top 1%. Just because you own a pet doesn't mean you love the pet. Facts. The cheetah turned into a bear cub. I don't know what's going on. Blackberry lemonade is I get that clear American brand blackberry lemonade, sparkling water beverage, 0 calories, 0 caffeine, 0 sodium, 0 sugar. That's your boy Shepherd. He sent me the photo. That's like huge. What is that? A 1 liter? Oh, that looks actually really delicious, dude. Like, when you go from being like rich and then poor and then like, okay, and then struggling and then good, you go through all the spectrums of like, Dollar Tree shit does not phase me. Like, if I gotta go somewhere, I got no shame in my game. I'll go wherever. I gotta go to Rite Aid and Kmart if they still fucking exist. I don't care. If I gotta get a deal, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Everyone's been good, but like sometimes with those, you can be like off brand or name brand. But some of the sparkling shit is actually really good, and some of the flavor packet jump offs have gotten better too. Like literally any flavor in a packet you can get. Like so, you just depending on how much you put in that, your water ain't no water no more, right? It's like that's a blueberry soda, 76 cents. God damn. I got so many things I got to take care of, and then be able to get a new car at some point, a used one, and go that route. Sucks, man. Stuff gets old, stuff breaks down. You got to live. Shotgun set, Levis, first down, Titans, but hold him, bring it back. Yeah, those actually look good. I would drink that. I mean, hell, if I'm drinking water and whatnot, but sometimes it's like the simple things in life. All right, we're knotted up at 10. Orange. Yeah, anything that tastes like orange soda, bro, is ridiculous. Like I don't drink any soda anymore, but I always have my go-tos. Like you can always do like the Mountain Dew for the caffeine feel to wake up. Code Red or regular. You go that route. Some people are like the Pepsi and Coke people. One tastes better than the other, but and then the diet people that have the diet. But for me, like if I'm going for something, like for me, I'm usually going like orange soda first, super cold, and it better be one of the like the ones that's good. And then if I don't go there, I like going like root beer or like cream soda. I like doing like the root beer jump off and the orange soda or the orange cream stuff first. And then if I don't have options of those, then I'll decide, Dr. Pepper, Mountain Dew, Pepsi, or whatever, down there. But you get good flavor. You go to Flavor Town when you get the root beer cream soda stuff, or if you get the orange cream stuff, like it's going to be Flavor Town, compared to the others where it's just like eh. Levis going deep. Treylon Burks. They thought that was going to be AJ Brown. Guess what? It's not AJ Brown. Not soda. Yeah, it's just water, like flavored water. They can infuse all that. Put those chemicals in that water, and boom, you don't even know what you're drinking. Got like carbonation and shit. You're like, what is this? I don't know, but it was 79 cents at Walmart, and I'm drinking this shit. That's how it went. How much is it? 76 cents, 79 cents. Get it. As long as it's not toilet water. Big boot. They have the line at like 13 and a half for the Dolphins. All the Vegas and all the people are like, we got you. Got you, bitch. Rest in peace of Frank Whitecheck. Fucking fell on his head. Rest in peace. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you must have fell down some stairs or like something like slipped bad. You know, big guy like that, too. Rest in peace. He was the guy with the part of the miracle. One of my favorite QBs, Steve McNair. Most people are like, who's that? Like, golly, how old are you? He was badass. Let me know what photos you want to see. Keep me busy. Trailblazers playing against the Clippers. How much are we going to lose by? 30. You're going to lose by 30. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like the Kraken are on like a 7-8 game losing streak. The Blazers suck because we're injured and we're young and we're terrible. The game isn't on yet, though. It hasn't started. Starts in 11 minutes. I do like the Blazer team, though. So at least that they suck, but I enjoy watching. Aiton and Brogdon and Jeremy Grant and Scoot Henderson and Anthony Simons and my favorite player Shaden Sharp. I like the bounce. He gives me like Vince Carter vibes, and I don't know, it's cool, but they're not good either. What do you forget to show your boy? Ooh, dude. Dude, you cannot go wrong with fancy cinnamon rolls depending on, like, the frosting color. It'll be sometimes yellow, sometimes white. It depends on, like, what kind of cinnamon roll jump off or and then you can eat it cold. You can put it, room temperature. You can put them in the fridge, and so they kinda are cold and they kinda break and, crackle off little pieces. Then the best is you put that in the microwave, and you put it in there for, like, 20 seconds to 45 seconds, so it's, like, melted, but it's not, like, burning, and then everything melts, and then it's warm, it's comfort food. It's almost like eating cornbread and, like, baked beans, and, like, that comfort food, like, in a different type of form. But the warm cinnamon rolls, like, you can eat 2 or 3, you're not a fat ass, it just tastes good, trust me. I was fat and I was, like, little, and it's like, to eat 1 is, like, ridiculous. Like, you're doing yourself, like, a disservice only eating 1, like, you better eat 2 or 3, if you have, like, a big ass pack of, like, 6 to 12, you know? I have no self-control for shit like that. It's like I try to eat 1, but there's just no way. I probably either eat 2 right away, or I, wait a little bit and I'm like, "Nope," I'm going back at it. Like, this is too good. There's not too many things that make me wanna do that, like pad thai, spaghetti, and maybe that. So, another thing, if you haven't had in a minute, bagels and, the good whip. Whatever kind of bagel jump off, flavored, French onion, regular, and then the spread, and, and do it. And like I said, when you have one of those, it can make your week go a little bit better, unless you have, like, a breakfast sandwich place that does something special like that. We have, like, specialty bagel places that make, like, sandwiches, like, special custom stuff that's, like, incredible. Like, you eat it and it changes your day. Like, there cinnamon roll jump off, though, is a vibe. You can have the worst day on planet Earth and then have, like, 3 warm cinnamon rolls, watch your favorite show. Oh, you're better. Like, you're better. Like, you can watch a sitcom like Friends. You could be watching football. You could be like me and watching fucking Discovery Channel or History Channel, learning about something new that happened in the past. Love it. Or some animals. And you're just good, man. Watch some Planet Earth. I mean, I love that shit. The guy's voice is so, like, soothing and shit. Like, I don't give a shit where he is on the planet, like, talking about the animals. David Attenborough. Oh, baby, incomplete. David Attenborough is a vibe. You either know what I'm talking about or you don't. Ancient Aliens, dude, great show. History, Discovery. You know how they have the William Shatner, like, mystery show? Now they have another one with Dan Aykroyd. It's awesome. You should watch it. It's like unbelievable shit, that has happened, and then he kind of dives in and he, like, narrates it. But then he has a bunch of guests, professors and people of law and people of, like, criminal background and people that were, like, from the situation. But he goes into all these, like, different crimes and heists and unbelievable things. And they got a new show with that too. So if you are looking for a new show to watch, peep those, and yeah, it's worth it, man. It's fun. It's exciting. It's cool. You'll learn something new. It's badass. 1 hour television, man. Judah, it's my boy Judah in the building. Judah, it's good. Cinnamon sugar pretzel. Ooh, that sounds really good. We're not up at 10. 14-13 Giants. Could you imagine, like, the Packer turnaround, right? And then you're doing good. Your defense is playing great. Jordan Love looks like a starting quarterback for the Packers. Amazing, right? Blowing out the Lions on Thanksgiving in Detroit, and then you lose to the Giants. Like, the NFL can be cruel sometimes, but it shows you anything can happen. I feel Vegas did that fake bet to get everyone to do Miami, and then now the game is close, and you don't even know if they're going to win. And now they're going to, like, recoup all that money that they lost over the weekend. 13 and a half. The game is tied. It should have been 3.5 to 6.5. 6.5 if you want to be an asshole and think they're going to blow them out. but 13.5, Jesus Christ. Like that was like they rigged it, and if those bettors were like, yep, I believe it, and they're like, I'll bet 200. And then all of a sudden you get all these guys that are betting like 200 on that. Oh man, they're making a killing tonight. Like the casinos and the bettors are. There's a lot of people that thought this was going to be like a 14 to 25 point blowout, like big, 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 big. Like NFL can. That's why you lose the most money on the NFL because anything is possible, and more possible in the NFL than any other four major sport. You just unpredictable happens all the time. First down, Titans. 13.5 is fucking ridiculous. I saw that shit. I was like, dude, 13.5. I was like, what happens if their defense plays good? 13.5. All right. Yeah, I know the Titans' offense sucks, but that doesn't mean their defense sucks all the time. But it's weird when we have perceptions of football teams, we always think of like quarterback or like the offense. And then whatever the offense is or what that team is known for, then the defense kind of gets left in on the back end. Like, it doesn't matter, but it does. Good defenses matter just because the offense stinks, like the Jets. Okay. D-Hop has got hops. D-Hop can do anything. He's old, and he's like, I can play like I'm 24. He's fucking special, man. Too bad he couldn't get that other foot in. Tommy Boy's great for the mental health. Even if you watch it, even if you quote it, you can eat like, some nuggets or some popcorn, chips, crackers, cookies. Fucking chill out, feet up, watch it, laugh, enjoy one of the best comedians of all time, the best overweight comedian of all time. Yeah. Black Sheep, Tommy Boy. You can definitely tell the people that I like because I'll have them. I'll make sure they get portrayed subconsciously or consciously. I like David Spade a lot. I like the Chris Farley vibe. Jim Carrey. There's certain people that Joe Dierte, 14-13 Giants up on the Packers. Second down and 15, shotgun set Will Levis. Unless it goes to D-Hop, it's nothing. Derrick Henry, first down, Titans. I love Tommy Boy. That's one of my top 10. Like if I'm looking for an old movie to watch and I see that it's on, I might turn it on. That's definitely in the top 10, like vintage 80s and 90s films that I love. It's like, it's a vibe too. Like everyone that's in the movie, Rob Lowe's in there. It's a vibe, man. And David Spade and him have that good chemistry, like Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels and with Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly. When you have that companion that can be funny with you, it takes you to another stratosphere as like comedians and actors. $122. Let's get to 2. Good games for both games. That's good. That's what we want, right? Nobody wants to see the Packers win by 20 and the Dolphins win by 30. Having it be close makes us interested. At least I am. I'm soaking every moment of these games in. I know how close that college football and NFL are over. And then we're going to be bitching, talking about the draft, the combine, months and months and months. Can't wait for football. Can't wait for football. Can't wait for football. And then when football comes, 90% of the people, they don't appreciate it. They appreciate it instantly, maybe in the first couple months, and then they stop watching as much. Got to keep going, man. Finish line, dude. Cross that finish line. Don't fucking quit. Soak in these memories, good, bad, or ugly, so that way you have good evaluation, for fantasy next year. The more you watch, the smarter you're going to be, the better you're going to be. Beverly Hills Ninja. That's up there for me too. I have that on DVD. I got a DVD case under here. It's got like all kinds of comedy stuff. I like to laugh, but it takes like a certain type of person to make me laugh. Like it's not going to just be anybody. Grandma's Boy, top 5. Like amazing. Step Brothers up there, Super Bad up there. Like it just depends on the vibe. But yeah, Grandma's Boy for a video game movie and the way that vibe is, that is 100% amazing. Nick Swartzen is a fucking a fucking comedic god. Like I love him. He's awesome. Like I can listen to Nick Swartzen start a stand up. I would go like I would pay to see him. Like I like Nick Swartzen a lot, and I like Aziz Ansari. Aziz is fucking hilarious. Like, um, I like that vibe. It just depends on your personality and what you like. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like beers or like stoner related for me to like it. It's not like, oh, my favorite movie's Pineapple Express because Pineapple Express. Like I like some of the Seth Rogen stuff. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to be just some kind of like hippie stoner weirdo that just I have to be able to feel like that movie, the emotions and who's in it. How well written is it? Levis, floater. Oh, fumble. Oh, he caught it though. Levis has got a little bit of touch. Ace Ventura when nature calls. Dumb and Dumber, Super Bad, Grandma's Boy. Black Sheep, Tommy Boy, Beverly Hills Ninja. It's like the same kind of people. You know, Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby. That's one that you don't watch often, but if you watch it every like 2 years, it's really good when you watch it because you like forgot about it and then you can like get into it again. Like their vibe is, there you go. They haven't put out a new one though, so you know they gotta be able to do a new one. I mean, that put Galifianakis on another level. Bradley Cooper can do Bradley Cooper things, dramas, and stuff with Lady Gaga and singing, and he can do it all. But like Galifianakis kind of was like, okay, you know who he is, Or my boy Ken Jong, he's awesome. Shohei Otani. I can't wait for my dad to overpay for a Shohei Otani uh, game issued first bobblehead for the Dodgers. Yeah, that's going to cost like $100 on eBay. Like fuck. Like you used to be able to get a bobble for like $5 to $20. Now the collectible ones that are stadium giveaways that are going to be like rare, and if like depending on what the pose is, you got to get the Shohei pitching, and that'll be next year, and then you got to get the Shohei hitting or posing. So there's $100 out of my pocket, but yeah, I'm watching both. What's good, man? Jason in the building. How are you, brother? 18 with Bradley Cooper. I haven't. Is it good? I don't know. My vibe, because I'm a little bit older, it's like I like In Living Color. Like, there's like, Chappelle Show. Like, I grew up with like the Wayne's family and Tommy Davidson and Jim Carrey, and that vibe, you know what I mean? So it's like, not everyone is going to be funny to me, but I can definitely understand chemistry. And when you have like David Spade, Chris Farley, you can't touch that. It's never touched. Jim Carrey, Jeff Daniels, undefeated. Dumb and Dumber, you're not touching that. John C. Riley, Will Ferrell in multiple movies. But Will Ferrell is so good. He's good with like anybody. You know, you can be with Mark Wahlberg and it's good. It's a good chemistry. But if you want funny, weirdo, you're not going to get better weirdos than those two. So I like the weirdo comedy stuff. Bro, get all the baubles, dude. I love bobblehead days. Those are my favorite days to go to sports unless I'm like front row for a Ducks game. It's like I get to go to the game, right? I might get a foul ball, right? And then I also get a bobblehead that's worth like 50 to 125 bucks. Like, fuck yeah, I can sell it if I want to, or I can keep it and it's just like a cool thing, you know? But if you sell it and it's a cool thing, you're going to be back on eBay and probably buy it back. I mean, if you love it that much. I got a Ken Griffey Jr. one that's based off of a 1989 Upper Deck rookie card, the iconic first card in the set, and that bauble is like pretty special to me. I went with my friend Sean up there to get that, and it's incredible, man. I even took it out of the box, even though I didn't want to, but I had to have it lined up with some of the other ones I got. Levis, floater, incomplete. But my Mariner baubles, I don't got all of them displayed. But I got Ken Griffey Jr. from his rookie year, so he has hair, and it's all based off that rookie card. I got an Ichiro Ken Griffey Jr. that my dad got that fucking got destroyed and broken, and my dad super glued everything back together, and you can't even tell. And I got Ichiro and Griffey together, Hall of Fame, like at the end of Griffey's career, towards the end, and then a Randy Johnson double also with Dan Wilson. Took me 10 years to find that at the card shop. Well worth it. 10-10. Took me 10 years to find Randy Johnson. And Dan Wilson, third and goal. I like how that little glow goes on the player where they think the ball's going to go. Touchdown, Titans. Like it's going to be more and more like video game like in the future, where you're going to see things like highlighted. Guys are going to glow. They're going to have a name, a plate attached above the player, just to make it look more like a video game. It's entertainment, man. I haven't been anywhere. Like I said, I've been to Japan. I've been to Washington and California. Disneyland, but like not often unless I'm going to like sporting event. Um, I've been to Illinois, to Chicago on business, and that's it. So the furthest I've ever been in Chicago. So at least I got to get the food and the Mexican food and the pizza, the deep dish. Got to go to a Bulls and Warriors game. Got pictures in front of Wrigley, and got that vibe. Didn't get to go to a game, and then bar hopped and fucking. It was dope. But yeah, I don't know. The Chicago airport was crazy to me because I mean I've been to Portland airport and Chicago is like holy shit. Like that's when you think about airports in like movies and like TV. You're like, oh my god, this is insane. Call reverse. But I don't think it was really bad. I think the airplane seats that we had were no leg room. Being on a plane for whatever 8, 12 hours, that sucked ass. You know what I mean? But nothing like being uncomfortable on a plane where you're fucking too big for the chair, or the chair's too big for you, or too little for you for your legs, and uncomfortable unless you're a rich dog. Kick us up by Folk, and it's good. 13-10 Titans when the Dolphins were 13.5 favorites. Someone knew something. Someone's like, we're winning all our money back. Fuck everyone. Everyone, we're going to put 13.5. Everyone will bet on Miami. And all of a sudden, the Titans win by 3. Thank you. Give me back that money that you won. I don't have a worst one. I don't have a bad experience with anything like that yet. One thing that's really cool that I would recommend if you do come to Oregon too, depending on how long, is riding like the scenic train. Like we would do the train, me and Justin, from the train from Portland downtown all the way up to Seattle, and it takes a little bit longer by train, but you get cool views along the way, and the seating is really nice. Like a train ride is super dope. Like it's much better than a car ride. You can actually kind of relax and vibe. And then if you have good food and drink, on top of that vibe, then it makes it even better with the good views. I really want to go to the coastal aquarium in Newport so I can look at like water animals, but obviously it's December. It's not really the time to go, but MSP in Detroit. How many airports have you been to, Shep? I've been to all of them, sucker. and international everywhere. Have you been to Canada? Anything in Canada or no? Or is everything just strictly in the lower 48? Play fake to Tyreek Hill. First down, Dolphins. 18 and counting. That's awesome. I like people that work, very diligently and have, like the goals and the grind is not easy, man. 21-13 Giants beating the Packers. Let me get some more photos for you. You're here for the whole stream, man. Secondary's trash. Yeah, girls talking football. I'm gonna insert some swag. Jerry Curl juice. That's the drip. The guy's kind of good. You might have heard of him. Swag, swag, swag. My favorite. Favorite secondary. 49er version was the best though. He was really good everywhere, except kind of late with like the Redskins and the Ravens. He was old by then, but Cowboys, most famous. Niners, most people don't remember. Falcons, they remember because that's where he came in, and then Florida State, college god at corner. Hell yeah, dude! Japan, Germany, Paris. Oh, dude, I want to go to Japan, bro. Swag, swag, swag. Look good, feel good, play good. Shotgun set. Tua. Flag on the play. For real, dude. The food, dude. Just the vibe, the culture, the food, the electronics. The fucking sights. You know, it just if you like anime, then you got that on top of all that. With the video games and everything else, the toys and like if you're open, I mean, like it could change your life. I feel like if you go there, it's like you're not going to be able to not come back. Like going to a place like that, you're going to have visions of going at least back once again. Like too cool of a place to be like, oh, I'm only going once. Like you went to Costa Rica one time and it sucked or something, and you're not going back. But Japan is like, yeah. Oh, what a hurdle! Ingold with the hurdle, baby. That was sweet. Go to Thailand. What a hurdle, baby. That was sweet. The Mario Kart driving on the road. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I would totally dress up. You want me to be Mario? I don't give a shit. Luigi. You want me to be Toad, Princess? Fuck it. If I get to drive on that, and dude, they've had some amazing ones I've seen on the internet, bro. There's multiple places that do them too. Tyreek Hill to his haters. I'm good, he says. Look at me. That's the face he made after made that catch. Biggest signing in Miami ever. Sorry, LeBron. Donkey Kong. Shit, Koopa. I mean, I don't care. Koopa Troopa. I mean, whatever. It don't matter. He's like, I got the bag, baby. You're worth it too. Yeah, who cares, man? I mean, it wouldn't even matter. You had so much fun. I always have like if it ever got to a point where you can do stuff like ride like a wave runner or a jet ski or a quad or like a vehicle and like go somewhere and have fun. I mean, who wouldn't want to do something like that if the opportunity presented itself? You want to take advantage of things like that. So Packers missed the field goal. Alaska's a vibe. I almost feel like my soul is kind of being pulled there. Like I don't know if they got no internet that's like good enough for streaming and doing that, but like just being out there, those people that live that self-sufficient life, it's like only certain type of people can do it. I'm very like envious of them and like they work so hard, but then they have that freedom, and it's like you have the water and you have the animals and you have the knowledge and you can live that lifestyle. Like I think that's like so cool. That's why I love all those programs like Life Below Zero. If Life Below Zero is on, yeah, I'm watching. Like phone goes down and I'm watching for the full hour, like engaged and like enjoying it. Yeah, this is awesome. I'm glad that you're able. I know you haven't been able to do it as much as you've liked and stuff, but yeah, I mean, like I said, then it's better too if it's depending on who's here, who's not here. You know, sometimes people show up, sometimes people don't, but yeah, more photos and more vibes for us to kick it. I mean, hitting the goal would have been pretty fucking important, you know. But being able to spend some good time. I mean, the game's better than anyone thought. Everyone thought it was going to be this big blowout. Tua, oh shit, big hit. Big boy says, "You want some sing tingy? Yatch?" Like, no, I would not like any of that, please. No CTE. You can have that back. No football player wants that. This could be to Waddle or Tyreek. Let's see. Tyreek one on one. Throw wasn't as good. Discovery Food Network. Yeah. You sound like me. Like I said, I think you and me and like Chief will Chief, like a few of us, we have very similar tastes on like TV programming. I can always bounce around and do old school cartoons and stuff to get that vibe to make me laugh and feel like in a lighter mood, or I'll do like the Game of Thrones, like or regular show that I bounce back between those back and forth. But if I go to the living room and then there's like the cable boxes there, then I'm on the Discovery, the History, the Nat Geo, you know, I'm looking to see what they got. And then the food shows. I watched the Gordon Ramsay last night where it had the Master Chef Kids 2-hour special winter holiday. It was dope. They cooked pies and did all kind of like Christmas shit. Oh, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is? Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. I didn't get to watch all 2 hours, but I tried to get about 45 to an hour and I loved it, man. I love watching Gordon Ramsay shows. I eat them. Just hide them. All right, Sanders. Tie the game up, baby. Fourth and goal. Kick yourself. It is good. There we go. 13-13, low scoring. The spread was 13.5 Dolphins, and we have a tie game. 21-13 Giants. I like that. That score makes me happy. Like that. Gives you nightmares. Yeah. Anything he says, bro. He's passionate. You know what I mean? But he's very articulate and smart, and it's just good TV. It's like real. It's like real TV, not some fabricated shit where he's acting. Like it's like these are how these people are, and I like that type of TV to be able to see these different types of personalities, like Guy Fieri and stuff too. I like watching the diners, drive-ins, and dives. I like watching those shows and seeing the vibe, man. I feel like every human should be watching something like that at least once a day. I mean, you can only watch so many dancing and prank videos on TikTok before your brain explodes. You got to do something else. I saw a couple of the specials where he had his kids with him, and they got into the RV. They made it even like a West Coast trip and went through Oregon, and that was pretty cool. That was on a few months ago. It's like road tripping with Guy Fieri on like Discovery or Nat Geo or one of those networks. Or no, not or Food Network or Cooking Channel, something like that. Monster Quest, 21-13. Giants up on the Packers. We're not up at 13 here. Fourth quarter, Titans. I liked Saved by the Bell when I was a kid. Kelly Kapowski, Lisa Turtle, Jesse Spano, AC Slater, Zach Morris, Mr. Belding, Screech. Yo boy. I like Action Bronson a lot because I think he's real. I like how he treats his friends and family. You know, entrepreneur, rapper, business owner, food connoisseur, traveler of the world, gets faded, hangs out with friends, has fun, records it, and makes great TV. That guy, I would love to be friends with a guy like that. I have a wide, diverse Cosby. Theo Levis. Levis throwing to somebody on the sideline. Yeah, and then the Friday night lineup, with Step by Step and Perfect Stranger. They had Perfect Strangers, and then they had Step by Step, and what else? What do we have? They had a nice little block of shows: Full House, Perfect Strangers, Step by Step. Love Family Matters. Urkel, that's my dog. Fucking Eddie, Carl. I even know the kid's name. The kid's name's fucking Richie. You already know when you watch a show a goddamn lot, like, oh, Richie. Some good shit back then. Home Improvement, great one too. There's never a bad episode of that. You can get into a vibe and just start watching Home Improvement, and it's just good. Every episode's good. Great vibe, great cast. Third down and 11. There's rumors of a trying to bring it back. except it would be about like the kids as kids, and whatnot, like how they normally do. I liked Martin back in the day too. Like I did the In Living Color thing, Martin. I like Martin a lot. It's just a vibe. It just depends on. I like sitcoms. I didn't really, it doesn't matter if it's black, white, Mexican, Asian humor or show. Like if it's good, it's good, and if I fucking laugh and I like it and I like it, and I'm gonna connect with different people. And I mean, we were lucky in the '80s and '90s. A lot harder to find good shows now, especially sitcoms. There's barely any that are good anymore. I need to get some chips. All right, there's a goat. And these chips are fucking incredible. They're from Trader Joe's. They're olive oil. They're like a kettle chip. Incredible. Goddamn, those are good. Giants with a big hit in the backfield. Ojulari. DJ's Project. Jefferson's. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hanging with Mr. Cooper. I watch that shit religiously. I watch Moesha. I watch that. I watched everything. If it was on TV, I probably watched it. Married with Children. That shit shaped my life. I fucking sneak out to the fucking living room to watch it late. When it came out at like 11 at night, I'm already supposed to be in bed. I'm like, fuck that. I'm like, Al Bundy is a god. I'm watching this motherfucker. He's funny. Whole childhood, fucking Al Bundy, dude. I loved it. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Three's Company. Hell yeah, man. Love that shit. It was like raunchy. It was on Fox. It was edgy. You did fucking edgy, crazy shit. And you're like, yes, like fucking this network rocks, dude. There was nothing like Fox. Like it was a vibe, man. When you get In Living Color on there and you get, you know, uh, stuff like that, like Married with Children, you're going to a whole nother stratosphere. Tua, hands off to Mostert around the corner. First down, Dolphins. Like I love Al Bundy so much. I almost bought the Polk High, like bootleg jersey. That's like sewn, and people just make them out of any blue and put Polk High, and they just depends on what kind of fabric or jersey they use. They're trying to like make it like, oh, this is the official Al Bundy. You know, 4 touchdowns in one game, dude. What do you know about that? I'm Al Bundy. Legend. And then shoe salesman. Shotgun set. Tua. Check down. Titans be hitting out there, boy. 21-16. Come on, Giants, do something. It's like that meme or a GIF or GIF where it's got like a figure with a stick poking at whatever it's poking at, to like wake up or do something in fantasy, or in like real life. Like, are you alive? Do something now. Man, I never thought that these olive oil sea salt chips would taste so fucking delicious. And it's kind of like, like a normal flavor, like a Lay's chip, but it's like a kettle chip style, and it's like got mad flavor to it. It's like you can't just eat one or two. It's impossible. Like, I don't get to eat fast food. I'm not eating soda. I'm like, I'm very like the only thing I can really do is like maybe a little bit of like crackers or chips or cookies, and that's it. But not a lot. So I like to go to Flavor Town. Yeah, Malcolm Eddie. Oh yeah, dude. I was kind of like poorer though, so I didn't have cable like most of my friends did growing up. I would just had like ABC, CBS, NBC, OPB, Fox, and that's it. So that was like my life. And then I would have like I was smart, so I had like VHS, or I would like do jobs so that I could like buy the blank ones at the store. And I would buy a bunch of them, and then I would just tell all my friends that were rich or that had cable, like record that shit for me, and then give it to me. So that way I was able to keep up with like WCW Nitro and everything that was going on because I knew it would be something I need to watch, and it was never going to be that good ever again. So at least I was able to experience all the things that most kids did, even though I didn't have that. But once I went to my dad's when I was like 16, 17, then I was able to have the cable for the first time, and then I was like, oh wow, this is really cool. Waddle, first down, Dolphins. Charles in charge. Harry and the Hendersons. Rescue 911. Unsolved mysteries. Shit, that music and that guy talking, fuck that, man. Like what you that music was way too intense for me at that age and every other kid. Like, why you got to scare the shit out of me before bed, man? But even though you knew you'd get scared or may have a nightmare, you're like, fuck it. I'm like, I'm watching this. I'm talking about some kid getting kidnapped and shit. You're like, oh fuck, I hope that's not me. Holding on the offense. I got both games on. 21-16 Giants. They might be able to hang on. Maybe. 13-13 when the point spread was 13.5 Miami. Vegas and all the bookies, they're just dancing right now. Just fucking dancing. Everyone's got their favorite thing, bro. That's everyone's got that one thing they connect to. Like with me, I can watch True Blood over and over and over again, and it never gets old. Like I fall in love with those characters and that vibe. And sometimes I go for it as like comfort. I think if you've had like trauma in your life, of any kind or drama, like sometimes it's like you go back and like to watch things that you've watched before because you know what's going to happen, but it's still good and it's like a comfort feeling. But I could do that with True Blood, like easy. Like I just watched it all the way through just like a few months ago. Fuck, I probably will do it pretty soon. I'm almost done with Game of Thrones. I got like a season and a half left, and then I'll be done. So I've been going through that, and it's awesome to watch something from beginning to end and have that discipline, and then get it out of the way within like a 5 day period. And you're like, dude, I just watched, depending on how many seasons they are or whatever. But yeah, I don't know if I could do the whole General Hospital thing, but it's grandma love. You have no choice. So she knows all the names, all the characters. She knows all the storylines. He cheated with her. Nice. And they got the spinoff of the Game of Thrones where you can watch that too. And they're going to be coming out with a new one, and they had the whole actor, strike. So people are going to start filming more, and there's going to be more shit coming out. Oh, and I just watched both of the Dexters. I just finished Dexter, and then I did the Dexter, the new one, where he's, obviously that next, the next generation, and I watched that one too. Both of the Dexters. Grimm is good. I think you would like that, and it takes place where I live. It's cool. Pretty soon I'll do probably Stranger Things, and I'll get a little hunch for that, but I might wait until we get closer to actually Stranger Things coming, back. I'm a huge fan, bro. Like when a lot of those big shows, like I am a big super fan. Like I can watch it over and over and over. Like hell, I can watch Superbad 1,000 times and I'll never get bored of it. Like McLovin. Oh baby, the muffin, he muffed it. All the muffs. The Dolphins get the recovery off the muff. Snoop Dogg. You're like, this motherfucker is cool, but this shit is scary. What a fumbling the bag. Unbelievable right there. All right, come on, Dolphins. First and goal. Come on, Tua to Tyreek or Waddle. Mostert. Almost there. I really am jealous of people that are like being able to eat whatever they want, man. I want to go to Flavortown so bad. The one thing I am going to cave at some point, I am going to get a that combination pizza that's the best here that I had when I was a kid. I'm going to get a delivery of it in the next like month. Touchdown, Dolphins, Raheem Mostert. Wheelbarrow. They straight did the wheelbarrow right in front of the other fucking team. They'd be like, look at these motherfuckers doing the wheelbarrow. Dolphins team celebrations are on point this year. On point like those goddamn chips, man. Like I'm only supposed to eat a couple of them. We got to go on another walk though, too. The best thing about Oregon, man, these walks that I can have at night where it's just me and Paisley and that's it. I swear to God, I don't even bring headphones anymore. I can just watch her, protect her, and just like, just soak in a little bit of rain or, and just think and just be with your own thoughts. And no other dogs are out there, no other people are out there. It's just me, her, Christmas lights, and we'll see what the weather is. I mean, it is like the most peaceful shit ever, man. It's good for my mental health. 20-13 Dolphins. 21-16 Giants. Romeo Dobbs. What happened to my hands? Is it a touchdown with the Packers here? One. He only has one leg in. Only one leg. Packers are threatening to score. I mean, the Giants will have to get a field goal to win if they don't stop them here. Shotgun set. Minute 55 left. Giants up 21-16. Love. Quick pass. He's open. First down, Packers. They're scoring. They're scoring. No, I'm just talking about Flavor Town because that's what I call it, and that's what Guy Fieri calls it. Like when you go to a place that has the best tasting food, that's going to Flavor Town. But I know there's other places called Flavor Town as well, but I'm not, but I'm not talking about those specific ones. That's just it's like kind of like the catchphrase of going to Flavor Town. My favorite. But good catch because there are places called Flavor Town. But if you watch the food channels and the cooking channels, or you've experienced it yourself. So I'm all about that life too. Like I like watching Gordon Ramsay yesterday gave me so much joy, bro. I was like, this is awesome. And it's a new episode. Like, yes. Like perfect timing after streaming and shit. I get hella intrigued when I watch Alaska programming and like nature or like that cooking stuff. It's like I get like my eyes and my whole vibe. It's like, all right, Paisley, I'll snuggle. She'll get a massage. I'll massage her. Oh, fumble. Oh, Dolphins get it back. Bradley Chubb with the football. Wow. Self-destruct dog. Dolphins didn't even look very good, dog. Wow. Dolphin celebrations. Wow. Derrick Henry with a fumble, and he couldn't get the recovery. Damn. Like, I mean, you already knew the Titans were going to lose, but I mean, they can't afford to shoot themselves in the foot. But I don't think the toss was very good by Will Levis. That was kind of a shitty toss, in my opinion. That's more on Levis than on Henry. Combination of both. Not a good throw and not a good grab. Conga line. Say, take that. Take that. Giants up 21-16 on 3rd and goal. First down and 10. Dolphins 2013 about to put the nail in the coffin. Biatch. MJF is the man. When I saw MJF on Dynamite with Preston, I was like, dude, this is like the coolest thing ever. Like to actually say, oh, I saw MJF live. Like not many people are going to get a chance to say that. And who knows if he goes to WWE too? So at least I got to see him in AEW. And then I got tickets to go to Raw. Preston got them. We're going to get cheap tickets, and then we're going to sneak as close as we can, and at some point. And that's like in January. And then coming up in a couple weeks, I'm going to go see Wemby with Justin at Moda. So that's dope. So I get to go see Wemby, and then we're going to hit the arcade and do the pizza and the donuts and the whole 9 yards of the famous donut place, famous pizza place, famous arcade, and then go to the game. Like make it a whole day. That's going to be amazing. I'll be missing Paisley, but to be able to get all those things in, like donut, pizza, arcade, fun, and Blazer game, like, dude, perfect night. Outside's defense. MJF to SmackDown and faces Roman. Oh, yeah, that'd be must-see TV. You fucking kidding me? Promos? Like, MJF can cut a fucking promo, dude. Like, he's awesome. Good defense by the Giants to poke that away. Good try, too. Sidearm right there by Jordan Love. That was a hell of an attempt, and it should have been a touchdown. Incomplete pass. Shotgun set to a little flip. Mostert, touchdown, Dolphins. It's over. Twenty-one 16 Giants. 3rd down and goal. Packers running out of time. This one is over, but it obviously took all the way to the end of the game, which is nice. Instead of a 30-point blowout, besides the people that bet on the game and lost their house tonight. But Giants 21-16. Giants this would be a huge win. Kayvon Thibodeau is having a great year. Touchdown, Packers. Wow. Malik Heath with the tutty. Unbelievable. Let's see if he actually got in, though. Oh, that's close. And the referee is like right there, too. Let's look. Knocks the referee over. Wow, that looks like a touchdown. I think that might have been a touchdown. Giants are going to need a field goal to win. Wow, 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 wow. I'll have to click over to that game. I'm going to click over to that one because it's closer now. So let me pause or turn this one down. All right, turn this one down and this one up. They're both working. All right. Heath. All right. We just we're modifying on the fly. Bang! Look at that. Now we're doing the Packers and the Giants. Oh, we're still watching. It's beautiful. At some point, I knew that the scoreboard or something would change. Why not, man? You got to be able to know what you're doing. Technology, got to be crafty. Start off with one stream, flip a couple buttons, bing bong, or even flipping sports on the fly. I'm a producer, baby. You think so? Levis, floater, tipped, incomplete. 27-13 Dolphins. 22-21 Packers. It's awesome. I got them both on the ESPN link to the cable, which is awesome. Kickoff to the Giants. Tommy DeVito. Side to side, side to side, side to side, where we have to upgrade. For Tommy DeVito, we need to upgrade. Saquon, baby. Oh, yeah. Full spinner. That's when you know it's something good. Oh, it just depends if someone wants to bless me, dude. Blessings on blessings on blessings. 49 seconds left. Come on, DeVito. Get him in field goal range. (27-13) flag on the play with Will Levis there and the Dolphins. 22-21 Packers. We flip the stream just like that on the fly because that's what we do. Shotgun set, second down and one. DeVito. Yes, baby. Oh, dog likes him. That's what happens. If I believe in you, boom shakalaka. Sometimes you got to give that, encouragement. You got to let the sports gods know who you're rooting for. There we go. Titans rumbling, bumbling, stiff arm, first down. Titans. First down and 10. Let's go, baby. Saquon. They're in position to win, baby. Got to give Bullock not too long of a field goal. Make it comfortable. 3 minutes to go. 27-13 for the Dolphins. Shotgun set for Will Levis. 22-21 Giants with DeVito. Might end up getting field goal range and winning the game. That would make Sarah happy. Yeah, it does look like it. So I'm saying sometimes you can be a lower name guy and you can do big name things. Never underestimate anybody in the fucking NFL. Ever. Wandale Robinson throw. Nice. .253 left. 27-13 Dolphins. 22-21 Packers. Not going anywhere there. Good defense by Green Bay. Levis. Floater. Got a man. First down, Titans. Titans are about to score with Derrick Henry. Unless they decide to throw the ball. The games have actually both been surprisingly good. Like when you look at them on paper, it didn't really look that special. But obviously, the closer that the Titans can get this touchdown now to make it even closer, wow, it's like, wow, kind of close. Not a 13 and a half, 14 to 20-point blowout that everyone anticipated. Run, Levis, run. Touchdown. D-Hop, there it is, fantasy. Wow. DeAndre Hopkins with the tutty. That was sweet, dude. If you have D-Hop in fantasy, you're like, yeah! You guys went crazy. You might have won and got into the playoffs with that touchdown right there. That was awesome. Give her Packer photos. Fourth down. Field goal attempt for the win. Let's go, Giants. Shotgun set for Will Levis. 2-point attempt. Bootleg. That's good. Come on, Randy. Yeah. Like I just won the Super Bowl. Let's go. Hell yeah. All right, let's go back to the other one now. Fucking talking about the sports gods are like, oh, dog likes DeVito. Make it happen. Yeah, thank you. Before the Giants game. after the Giants beat the Packers. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Clutch, dude. It's for all those Packer fans that were talking shit about the Lions defense being dog shit. Like, anybody can beat anyone. It's like the sports gods will listen to that shit. Once you start getting cocky and you thinking that you're good again, then you get slapped right back in the mouth and then realize, nope, we're not as good as we thought we were. You can win a couple games in a row and then get slapped in the mouth and you're like, oh, I guess we're not that good. Shit. It's like when the Lions lost to the Bears. Fuck. Our defense is ass. We're fucked in the playoffs. Good lasagna and are you kidding me? Oh my god, they are going to be eating so good, bro. I've seen DeVito do a few interviews too with him and his homie for like food, and like what he considers like the best and whatnot. He's funny, dude. You got to have the food, bro. What's up, Tommy? There's certain people you can believe in. You might not be able to be consistently great, but you can get in a good groove as a no-name player and surprise people, and that's Tommy DeVito. Nice job, bro. Beating the Packers after them being so hot, blowing the shit out of the fucking Lions on Thanksgiving in their own building. That's a huge win. Nice job, DeVito. All right, baby. All right, let's go to this game now. Goddamn lasagna pizza. I want a combination pizza from Round Table. I can't wait to get the cheese and the sausage and the pepperoni is just amazing when you bite in. And what gets you is like when you bite in and you get the onion and you get the green pepper. Oh, dude, it's just you put it all together. It just that deliciousness all together. A good dough, unbelievable, man. Like no pizza comes even close to me. Unless I'm like in Chicago having like the little Malnati's or the good stuff. Holding. I know. Can't afford it though. It's like take care of Paisley or buy a pizza. Oh, for yes. Are you kidding me? If you like pizza, you love everything. I don't give a shit what's in there. Cheese, chicken nuggets, pepperonis, whatever the hell's in there. More dough, fries. You put whatever the hell you want in there. Surprise. Pepperonis and sausages and cheese like in there would be smart. Make it like a breakfast sandwich. Like on the pizza or like inside, like make it. But I mean, I couldn't think that sausage and pepperonis and cheese inside the crust would be, that'd be incredible. Sometimes I like thin pizza though. You know what I mean? Like I'll get into a vibe and it'll be like white sauce, thin crust. Like it's like a vibe, like Mediterranean or like some kind of other vibe, like where it's like different type of flavor. Like sometimes I like to go that route if it's a specialty place, but most of the time I can just do the traditional, like everyone else, pepperoni, or give me a combo that has all the flavors to go to Flavor Town. Chief will Chief, Chief will Chief, Chef, and O-Dog in the same room. What's good? My brothers from another mother's. My brothers. 27-21 Dolphins. Tommy DeVito, baby. Beating the Packers. Levis. D-Hop, D-Hop, D-Hop. Goats, goats, goats. Good. That's why it's always nice to be able to get you guys. And I always feel like if you guys don't talk to each other like today, or you haven't in a while, or if you only talk on stream, and on socials, but it's always good. I always feel like when one comes in, the other one is going to be there too, and then like the trifecta, it's like NWO, Hogan, Nash, and Paul. I'm just waiting for it to, screen pass. Okonkwo, another injury. I like to see you guys catch up. What kind of TV are you watching, Chief? What's on the TV? What would you recommend? Same thing with you, Shep. What are you watching right now? What would you recommend? I mean, I like to watch a lot of different things, but that Discovery, History, and Nat Geo that shit gets a good chunk of my time. That and cartoons, vintage or current. Swag, 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 swag. This is the pizza that I'm gonna buy when I buy it. It's incredible. More toppings, the better. Ridiculous. Childhood pizza. Now and then being able to have that same flavor down and the place is still there. That's what makes it special. Those memories as a kid, but then also like it still tastes good to this day. Like 30 years later, 35 years later. Fuck out of here. So good. Know about that. You know what that pizza is? Money. You know what this pizza is? Money. I've been craving it for like 6 months, 4 months. You got some shows to watch. I love it when you guys are all here, man. It's always awesome. Like, I didn't think Shep was gonna stay for the whole goddamn, fucking thing. That's like a fucking, holiday experience, like, hanging out with, like, the fam on a Thanksgiving day or something. I'll be streaming on Christmas too. I'm gonna go do the Christmas thing in the morning and afternoon, and we're doing the Christmas game in the evening. I love doing streams on holidays. Not everyone shows up, but the ones that do, we have fun. Oh, Skinwalker's great, bro. It's great. I probably haven't watched every single one though, but I try. I try to watch all those. And then they have the other one now with like the frog ranch or whatever. Like there's like all kinds of mystery and digging and trying to find treasure and alien shit and paranormal and I don't know. I love all the paranormal weird stuff. They got the Chief Latif. They got the William Shatner show with like the mysteries. That host. And he does that show. Now they got one with Dan Aykroyd that just debuted, and they do like unbelievable things. And he narrates, and they have like a bunch of like professors and people that are in like different fields of the law and like police and investigative people. But that one just debuted a couple days ago. It's good. 1 hour of unbelievable stories of people dying or trying to do crazy things, and then it has like him talk about it, and then 4 or 5 people chiming in, and they're showing graphics and photos and video. It's very cool. It's a good 1 hour of TV to watch something that you never knew about, and they make it interesting and fun. I don't know, I'm a nerd like that, so I always like looking for that nerd programming that's like actually worth recommending. Bullet Train, play a game defense. Oh, another movie I wanted to watch. I wanted to watch Malibu's Most Wanted. Don't be hating. I like going through movies like every like 2 years after I haven't like seen it in a while. I'm like, yes, I'm ready. But I want to eat a good meal when I watch it. I'm not gonna just watch it when I'm bored or I'm like, oh, I guess I'll watch it. No, I'm making like it like I'm eating good dinner and I'm watching this. Like I'm gonna have a good 2 hours. That's how you're supposed to do it. Make it special, for whatever you're doing. And then you end up having that experience, and then the next time you watch, you do it again. Don't be hating. Levis, hands off to Henry. Touchdown, Titans. How did the Titans come back? Oh, another great one is Big Trouble in Little China. Watch that. You'll love it. Ninjas, um, Kurt Russell, amazing. Kim Cattrall, Asian stuff, uh, Mortal Kombat type of jump off vibes. Very cool. Henry at the goal line. What a fourth quarter. What's better than Derrick Henry? This pizza. But other than that, nothing. Nice job, dude. What a comeback. Swag. No timeouts left. Uh-oh. And remember, you got the Ravens, the Cowboys, and the Bills. The Dolphins' schedule is brutal. You cannot lose this game. You hear me, Tua? You have the Ravens, the Cowboys, and the Bills. That's not good. It'll definitely show how good you are. Contender, pretender. All right, here we go. Hell yeah, bro. Brisket burger, dude. All the brisket. I wish I could just be rich and just like fly out to you guys and just get fat and just like eat food. We wouldn't even have to go anywhere. Like go to the game at the stadium now. Let's just fucking go to a house or whatever. Fucking watch it at that fucking restaurant or bar or eat food and eat more. Like I would rather vacation to eat food rather than like go see like monuments or like activities or games. Like, yeah, go to this football game, cool, but I'd rather eat at the three best places in the state than do that if I had a choice. I mean, unless it's like a playoff game or something crazy, you know what I mean? I want to go to Flavor Town. I may not ever get to do that. Yes, you're missing Tyreek. 28-27 Titans. Man in motion. Tua can't lose this game. Almost gets sack lunch. Incomplete to A Cheyenne. Offensive line for the Dolphins sucks. Needs to be better. Offensive line is important. Tua's sexy. Raheem Mostert is sexy. Tyreek sexy. Waddle sexy. But if you don't got an offensive line to make those pieces turn into that, Lamborghini with the full tank of gas instead of a Lamborghini out of gas. I mean, that's the difference. You have to invest there. And if you do, then they can get to an AFC Championship game or a Super Bowl. Burnt hands. Shotgun set. Tua. Tua. Burnt hands. This is what's for review. That looks good. Yeah. Oh, it was in his legs. Fucking Smythe. He fucking legged it. Oh, it kind of got punched out by the defender, it looked like, too. There was cuppage. Taking a dump with the football. Cuppage! No one can see. You can't even tell if he really has it or not, though. No angle is showing it. Like, let's just take your word for it. In his legs. Maybe this angle will show it. No, that was the first angle they showed. How am I supposed to see if he caught it if I'm looking at his back? That's a little bit better of an angle. They need it tilted a little bit more though, where you can see like his stomach, like as he's going down. They'll probably call that a catch. I'm gonna go to Rendezvous. That sounds like a strip club. Probably is. Rendezvous. It's a completed pass. I mean, there are strip joints that do like steak and like really good food. I mean, you're gonna have places like any kind of club. There's some places actually have like palm food. It just depends if they want to treat the customers good. 28-27 Titans. Again with a 50. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Tua, screen pass. Hit him with a skirt. Yeah. Barbecue. $50. Hurrah. Thank you so much. It's so appreciated. You have no idea. Thank you. Bang, bang. A goat has entered the room. You're amazing. I appreciate you. That's a lot better than getting a $0, $1, and $5 in 3 straight streams. I'll tell you that. Wow. Fumble. Titans win. Are you freaking kidding me? Unbelievable. Titans beat the Dolphins and the Giants beat the Packers. That's why the NFL is the most unpredictable shit of everything. You want to bet money? Go ahead and just give it to me because you're going to lose. Because I don't even do it. And I feel that I would have a better, chance at doing it than most people based on the film and the reading, and I don't even do it. Like, I ain't dumb. I ain't stupid. Thank you. What would you like to see? I can throw some photos up for you here for a few minutes before I go. We'll stay up here for another maybe 5 to 10 minutes. That way I can get some appropriate pictures here. I appreciate you very, very much. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Seahawks in the building. Thank you so much. AFC sucks. NFC sucks. It all sucks. Everyone just injured or beat up or just inconsistent. There's no dominant real team except I could say probably the Niners to me are the best team in football. Are the Ravens the best team in the AFC? It's kind of looking like it, but we need to watch a few more games to make sure. Appreciate you. Will Levis, huh? Yeah, who would have thought that we'd be saying Dallas? That they actually look like they can win a playoff game, like for real this year. The rest of the NFC is injured or not as good, or you got a team that could be as good as Dallas. But Philly's defense is kind of suspect. Detroit doesn't even have a defense, so it's like okay, like those might be the number one and number two seeds. But we'll see what happens. But it looks like, yeah, it looks like that. Chief with a 3-year. Oh yeah, oh yeah. What would you like to see for a photo? I got you. Bang bang. Boom boom. Says I don't want you to eat air for dinner. $3. Appreciate you. Sure. Now, crazy games today. I mean, on paper, it didn't look like that crazy or anything, but appreciate you guys. I mean, hell, dude, when you go for SEC championship game, 1,500 people and hit a zero, that shit is depressing. Then getting a one the next day, then you're really depressed. Then the third day you get five, you're like, damn, is this what's going on? Like, you start to lose a little bit of like faith and hope, but you just gotta hope, the right people will be able to, make things happen. And yeah, you guys are awesome. I appreciate you, man. Not a good feeling when you give it your all and you're sitting at like, wow, how am I gonna pay like the basic stuff? You know, just the basic stuff, basic, easy stuff. Like paying the internet so I can continue the dream, paying the cell phone so I can communicate with people like you. I love vintage photos. Ace of base. I saw the sign. Boom, 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 boom. We're trying to hit some goals today. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Make it rain. Dollars, dollars. Help an old dog so he doesn't eat air. Air is okay to breathe, but not to eat or drink. Bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. He says, I'm getting you to a goal, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Seahawks, Seahawks, cracking, cracking. Seahawks, Pete, Pete, more Pete. A little bit of cracking, a little jaws, a little bit of everything. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang. Thank you so much. That's much better than a 0, 1, and a 5. Let me tell you. Appreciate you. Boom, boom, boom. Chief OG with a 3, and then the 20 over here, and then another 10 over here, and then, oh, make it rain, make it rain, make it rain. Sure, let's do that. We haven't seen a stream lit up with a nice little train, with the donos like that in a minute. It's nice and colorful. It looks good. It makes everyone happy. Then I can work more, and I can show favorite things of what you guys like, and I can survive. Surviving is good. You know, surviving is good. Thriving is better, but sometimes all you got to do is keep your head above water and survive. He said, "I'm done. Bills to pay." Making your impact known like you always do, and it's much appreciated. I wouldn't be able to do the channel full time with people like without you. Cyberpunk, a lot of y'all, you know who you are. I mean, like I said, you know, Chief with Chief and Chef and all y'all. Achievement. It was a good one. Nice. Sometimes the little stuff like that, oh my God, it can bring so much peace. Especially if you have battles, with like mental health. Sometimes people are good like all year and they have no problems and like good for them, right? And sometimes people have a bad one day out of a month. Some people have bad, like weeks, or you'll have something every 2 weeks. Some of us, it's sometimes it's a battle like every day, and just trying to make sure that you stay like positive to try to win the day to get to the next day and not go down to like the gutter. It's hard to get out of the gutter, and that's why this channel is good to help people get out and stay positive. But even like I'm gonna go for a walk here with Paisley, and I'm excited. Like I am addicted. Like addiction is tough. People have gone through addiction with alcohol and other things, right? And to be able to be addicted to something that is positive for me, like Paisley, and to walk and to be able to exercise, like it changed my life. I mean, so many goats in here, a goddamn zoo. I love it. This is me and Megan who wants the Kraken actually win. 6-game losing streak, 7-game losing streak, 8-game losing streak. At some point, we have to win. We will. Hopefully, you're on crutches too. Yeah. But you had some good news today. Megan also ended up doing a $100 dono at the beginning of the stream for people like Steph and Chief that weren't in here at that time that didn't see that. So
want to make sure we're acknowledging the heavy hitters and the people that are supporting and how above and beyond they're going to make up for the others that don't show up anymore, or other people that that can't do it today. Impressive. What a great group. What a great bunch. What a great show. Shows are always better when the donos are high and the moods are good and the vibes are awesome. And we can still do that when I get a 0, but it's definitely better when I'm not at a 0, so I can be at least in a little bit better of a mood on stream or after. But goats, and more goats, and you guys are awesome. Yeah, and for everyone that also knows, so since we're here in the States, right? It's winter. In Australia, it's summer. So for there, it's warm for her when we're all bundled up and whatnot. So I mean, you know what? And almost every time, I don't even have to message you anymore if one of you is in the room. Like, oh, hey, Shep's in the room. Or like, oh, hey, Keith is in the room, or whatever. Like it seems like I don't even have to tell you guys. It's like one shows up, and then eventually another one will show up, and it happens almost every time. You guys are awesome. I like seeing you interact with each other too, because I feel like Chief and Shep, like you guys are like brother from another mother. It's like I feel like we have the same kind of vibe for shows and whatnot. You guys are kind of cool. Megan, MVP, GOAT, make me want to hop in the DeLorean. Mental health, respect it, take care of it. You only got one. Okay, this is important. Sometimes I have a battle every day. Not lying. And I mean, most of the time it's not that bad. But I do think that my mental health is good because I'm no longer in a bad or toxic relationship. So no one can make me feel that way anymore. Paisley has all the positivity. I got a roof over my head. I got good people around me. So I feel that if anything, my mood is going to be based on how hard I work and if I get rewarded or not, based on the work that I do. And that's the only thing that affects me. That's pretty good compared to the 10 things that used to affect me before. So take care of that mental health though. Get out there. Get outside. Listen to some music. Exercise. Talk to a friend. Hang out with a friend. Go get lunch. Be really surprised going out with someone for a sandwich, and it's 30 minutes, but you never really see them. Your rest of your day is good. You're probably good for a couple days after that. So I appreciate you guys. Anything else that I can? You have anything else? I'll go down a few more photos here. Nice that I can work and I can put up favorites of things that other people may not collect the same type of stuff, and that's fine. Not everyone's going to collect the same type of stuff, but I find it interesting that things that people like and that they're obsessed with, because everyone's going to have favorite shows, favorite movies. I can watch True Blood over and over and over and over, and I love that shit. I'll never stop watching it, and I love the characters. It doesn't get cheesy or old to me. And you guys are the same way about your favorite stuff. You got your favorite movies, your favorite TV shows, and no matter what anyone says, you're always going to go back to those because that's what it is. Nothing wrong with that, to be a fanatic with other things. I got a friend, Meg, here, that lives here in Oregon with me, right? And she's a Friends fanatic. When the Chandler Bing news came, that was not good. Especially if you're a big Friends fan. Tough. Cool though. Everyone's got their thing. Much love, man. I'm gonna get going here in just a second. Just want to do a couple more, and I got exercise to do, and I want to make sure that you're showing the proper love and appreciation. I still owe a lot of photos to a lot of you guys on the upcoming streams too. Thank you for doing a dono train to help other people, want to donate. And, it's funny how that works. You get one person that, shows the love, and then another, and then another, and another. If you don't get that first one, it takes a lot longer to get the momentum going. If you don't get the first one until like an hour or 2 hours in. So appreciate you very, very much. Anything else that you want to see before I go? I definitely could stay longer, but I got to make sure I'm a good. I try to keep Paisley like the top 1%, of all, dog owners, family. I got to make sure she's loved and attention, and like water changes 5 times a day, 3 walks, all the snuggles, all the kisses. She's the Paisley pup. She's my daughter. She's the best. Like Grogu, a Mandalorian, the best. I will. All the hugs and kisses, and we're going to go on an adventure at night by ourselves with no one out, and looking at all the neighborhoods in like a 5-mile radius to see who's got the badass, best Christmas decorations. And that's what I do. And it's like late at night, there is nothing fucking better. I can let the leash extend with Paisley up to like 12 feet because I don't have to worry about other dogs or people being out there. So I can let her be free as much as possible without having her on a harness or a leash, because I have to have safety for her, So, gotta go take care of my baby. I owe Megan pictures back the next week. Shep, you're awesome. Chief, you're awesome. Sarah, you're awesome. Very cool that we got like a lot of the amazing people that bankroll this channel, support the channel, that love the channel. We love you back. Me and Paisley Pup, you guys are the best. And the games actually ended up being better than expected. And you guys are helping me be able to continue to do the dream that I love to do, and also help out with mental health, which is really important to me and to you guys. And thank you so much for all your generosity. I'm at a loss for words sometimes when we go from a low number to a big number, and it makes it much easier and less stressful for me in my life. So Paisley's too. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. Sarah, Megan, Shep, Chief, all y'all. Megan is the MVP. You guys are awesome. Shep got to stay for a whole stream. Hallelujah. It's like a holiday Thanksgiving dinner with Shep. My boy. Chief came in at the buzzer. Awesome. Sarah, the best mod on planet Earth. You guys are awesome. Megan, MVP. And I appreciate you. And for everyone watching on Twitter, X, everyone else that watched on YouTube and spied the shit out of me, I appreciate you. I did 5 reaction videos, so if you're looking for some videos to watch, I did some of those. And I'll do a few more tomorrow, and then I'll look at the schedule to see what we got for Kraken or NBA. I haven't even looked that far ahead. And I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you so much. And there'll be a live stream tomorrow at some point, and I'll post it on socials, and we'll hang out again. And I got one question for you. We talk sports like us. Boy, Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.